was sensational, giving the Flames a lease on life, but never the lead, blocking 14 of 16 shots. His teammates rallied in the third. First, Челиos with what proved to be the game winner. Then, 94 seconds later, Russ Courtnall with his 7th of the playoffs to secure a 4-2 win. History oft accompanies the Canadiens. The pattern of 1986, while foolish to follow, is impossible to ignore. So there's an air of deja vu with Roy and the Habs returning to Forum.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
They're after it again. Ruplinski going in. Score!
Here's Scuba trying to get loose. Here's Riche. Scores! Stefan Riche! And Sorley cuts in front of his net. Loses up to Patterson.
Gilmor gets in front. Here's a shot. He scores!
Cross ice to MacInnis. There's the shot. He scores!
Reagan stopped it. Rebound score!
The opening games of this series and those of the conference finals also beg comparison. Calgary split its first 2 games with Chicago, while in the Wales final, the Canadiens also split the first 2 at home. Stefan Riche with the only goal his team would need to beat the Flyers 3-0. Larry Robinson has seen all of this 199 times, so regardless, the veteran rearguard is comfortable. In Game 1 at Calgary, he figured prominently in his own zone and on offense, scoring Montreal's second goal in a 3-2 setback. 3 nights later, his celebration of a goal and the game had more in common as the Canadiens evened the series. Tonight, his 200th game is Game 3 of the final.
Brought to you by Molson Canadian. What beer's all about. By Ford of Canada, where quality is more than a commitment. Quality is job one. By Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. By Esso retailers and agents across Canada.
The Montreal Canadiens moved into this arena in November of 1926. They lost their first game to Ottawa 2-1, but they have not lost many since. It's standing room only tonight at the Forum for Game 3 as the Canadiens host the Calgary Flames. Good evening and welcome to Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm Ron McLean. As much as Game 2 was a key in 1986, really, I believe it was Game 3 that may have dealt the Flames the fatal blow. In that game, they led 2-1 in the first period. They gave up 3 goals in 68 seconds late in the first, and they never recovered. Bobby Smith remembers that game and looks forward to Game 3 tonight with Chris Cuthbert.
As was the case in '86, Bobby Smith and the Canadiens bring a split back from Calgary. Do you have as big a psychological edge as you did 3 years ago?
Well, I think there are similarities, the overtime win in '86 and the 2-goal third period the other night, but I don't think the Flames are going to allow a disappointing Game 2 to ruin their Game 3, so I'm sure they'll be ready.
It's nice to be home, but home wasn't good to you in the last round.
We played very well in Philadelphia in the last round. We only won 1 of 3 here at the Forum, but I'd still rather be at home. I think that the fans are going to give us a boost. Stanley Cup fever has caught on here, and we've had a great home record this year, and I think we'll play a good game tonight.
A lot of penalties in Game 2. Has that been a forewarning for both teams?
I think that's something we've talked about. We don't want to give the Flames as many power play chances as they had in the last game, and I'm sure you'll see less penalties from us tonight. Good luck tonight. Thanks.
Bobby Smith of the Canadiens. Now let's go back to Ron McLean with Don Cherry.
Thank you very much, Chris. Don, when teams have split in the Stanley Cup final, Games 1 and 2, the team going on to win Game 3 has won 15 of 16 Stanley Cups. So Game 3 is apparently very important.
No kidding. For 5 years I've been telling you Game 3. You hear that, Scotty? It's Game 3 that's the most important.
You know, going into that game, Bob Johnson in '86 made 4 lineup changes. There's 1 for Calgary this evening. Lanny McDonald will not dress. Mark Hunter is in uniform.
Well, Mark Hunter, let me tell you something. I hate to see Lanny not dressed. I can't understand what would happen if you didn't dress Gainey. You don't dress your captain, never mind that. Hunter has played the Canadiens 3 times this year. 2 out of the 3 times he's been first star. There's less pressure on Calgary. They should be relaxed. And they've got a lot of things going for them. I talked to Gilmor before, and they should get 2 points tonight when I talk to him.
Well, the electricity in this building should help the Montreal Canadiens and get the Flames up for the game. What does Calgary have to do, in your opinion, Don?
Well, when you outshoot a team 16-4 in the second period, and the guy, that tells me the guy's seeing the puck. They've got giants, Calgary. They've got to get in front of him, knock him down a little bit. Let him, what he can't see, he can't stop.
Get ready. Game 3 is coming up. Montreal and Calgary when Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC returns to the Forum in Montreal in a moment.
I can still tell you the page number in that Canadian Tire catalog. You know, I lived and breathed that bike, but I just couldn't ask Dad for it.
Hey, boy, I got a couple new tires you can help me unload.
Boy, what I'd give to have seen my face that day.
We couldn't call ourselves experts if we didn't have the Reebok Energy Return System.
The scene has shifted to the Forum in Montreal for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Championship. The top 2 teams in regular season standing were but points apart, and it's every bit as close in the 1989 Stanley Cup Championship Final. The men who will provide the accounts of this evening's Game 3, Harry Neal, Bob Cole, and Dick Irvin in the broadcast booth. Now, let's go ringside.
Le numéro 31, number 31, Rick Walmsley. Le numéro 2, number 2, Al MacInnis. Le numéro 4, number 4, Brad McCrimmon. Le numéro 5, number 5, Dana Murzin. Le numéro 6, number 6, Rick Natras. Le numéro 7, number 7, Joe Mullen. Le numéro 10, number 10, Gary Roberts. Le numéro 11, number 11, Colin Pатterson. Le numéro 12, number 12, Akin Lube. Le numéro 14, number 14, Théorème Fleuri. Le numéro 19, number 19, Tim Hunter. Le numéro 22, number 22, Mark Hunter. Le numéro 24, number 24, Jim Teplinski. Le numéro 25, number 25, Joe Neuendijk. Le numéro 27, number 27, Brian McClellan. Le numéro 29, number 29, Joel Otto. Le numéro 34, number 34, Jamie McCallum. Le numéro 39, number 39, Doug Gilmor. Le numéro 55, number 55, Rob Rэмëdж. L'entraîneur-chef, the head coach, Mr. Terry Crisp. Les entraîneurs adjoints, the assistant coaches, Doug Ricebrow and Tom Watt. Et maintenant, pour les Canadiens de Montréal, le numéro 1, number 1, Ryan Hayward. Le numéro 33, number 33, Patrick Roy. Le numéro 5, number 5, Rick Green. Le numéro 6, number 6, Russ Courtnall. Le numéro 11, number 11, Ryan Walter. Le numéro 12, number 12, Mike King. Le numéro 15, number 15, Bobby Smith. Le numéro 17, number 17, Craig Ludwig. Le numéro 19, number 19, Larry Robinson. Le numéro 21, number 21, Guy Carbonneau. Le numéro 23, number 23, the captain, Bob Gainey. Le numéro 24, number 24, Chris Chelios. Le numéro 25, number 25, Peter Svoboda. Le numéro 26, number 26, Mats Naslund. Le numéro 27, number 27, Shane Corson. Le numéro 28, number 28, Eric Desjardins. Le numéro 35, number 35, Mike McPhee. Numéro 39, number 39, Brian Strudland. Le numéro 41, number 41, Brent Gilchrist. Le numéro 44, number 44, Stéphane Richet. L'entraîneur-chef, Monsieur Pat Burns. Les adjoints, Jacques Laperrière et François Allaire. Mesdames et messieurs, voulez-vous maintenant rester debout et vous joindre à Monsieur André Wallet, accompagné à l'orgue par Madame Tiane People pour l'interprétation de notre hymne national. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join Monsieur André Wallet, accompanied at the organ by Miss Tiane People, for the singing of our national anthem. peuvent encore pour dire au Canada, we peuvent encore pour dire.
A sellout shirt sleeve crowd of 17,909 at the Montreal Forum for Game 3. 33 degrees in Montreal today and hot in the Forum tonight. Terry Frézer, the referee, Kevin Collins, Ray Scapinello are the linesmen. What Calgary's got going for them in this game is that Mike Vernon has sparkled on the road. He's 5-1 away from home in these playoffs. Patrick Roy is another goaltender who loves to play under pressure. In his 4 playoff years, he's won 34 against only 14 losses with a goals against of 2.37. Good evening, everybody. I'm Bob Cole along with Harry Neal and Dick Irvin in the broadcast booth for this Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Well, Harry, there seems to be some debate within the ranks. Scotty Bowman always claims Game 2 is the big one. Don Cherry, are you listening, Scotty? He said. It's Game 3. How about it?
Sunday night, it's going to be Game 4.
That's right, every game in the playoffs.
When you get this far, boy, they're all important. Every minute of them. And Montreal stole a game in Calgary to make the series 1-1.
Calgary Flames will be starting with Natras and McCown in front of Vernon, Gilmor, Mullen, and Patterson up front.
They're making an announcement here. Maybe we can pick up Claude Mouta.
La 200e partie éliminatoire de sa carrière dans la Ligue nationale, un record. Would you join us tonight in applauding a player of Les Canadiens who tonight is playing his 200th game of his NHL career in the playoffs? The great Larry Robinson, an NHL record.
Now there you see the all-time games played. Larry, of course, going past any Potvin this year and on to 200 tonight here at the Forum.
Dick, do you know what kind of a record that is? There are 14 current NHL teams that have not played 200 playoff games.
Canadians, Chelios, Ludwig, Carbonneau, Gilchrist, and Walter. And they shoot the puck into the Calgary zone. Flames McCown moving it out. He has to pick it up and go to center. Took a hit on the boards as he did. Walter ahead. Carbonneau is knocked to the ice by Natras. McCown with the puck and coming back out. Natras up to center ice. He puts a shot into Mullen. Mullen's drive. It's knocked away by Patrick Roy. And the Canadians sent 4 skaters away. Gilchrist coming in and a penalty is being called in behind the play. I think it was Челиос who was grabbed from behind. And the Calgary will go to the penalty box in the person of Gilmor, and Челиos is also going to get a penalty.
34 seconds the time. Chelios 24, Gilmor 39, and it's first one, then the other, and Frézer calls it very quickly off the top here in the first period.
You know, both teams admitted they took 3 or 4 bad penalties each in Game 2, and it's not easy. It's not an easy mental assignment to play a sensibly aggressive game when you get this far. Maybe the team that can do it best is going to win it.
Offsetting penalties, Gilmor of Calgary, Chelios of Montreal. Lube tried to go in. He was stopped, but here's Roberts with a shot deflected right to Roy, and he made the save. That was a tough save. It came off his stick in front of the net. Here's the speedy Courtnall. Oh, here's Scrudland. Vernon made a big stop. The Canadians keep it in. Not for long, though. 3 Flames come out, move down the left side to Roberts. Roberts centered it. And the Canadians are back to cover up. McPhee threw it in behind the net. Green to Cardinal. Cardinal having difficulty, couldn't get out of the zone. Roberts is in there for Calgary. Roberts trying to center it. It comes in front of the net, but was cleared by McPhee, and he's away. McPhee coming in with Cardinal and Strudlin. Here's McPhee, shot, scores! McPhee!
McPhee scores an early goal to give Montreal the lead. He uses Al MacInnis on a 3-on-3 that shouldn't have been a problem as a screen, and it looked to me like Vernon had trouble finding the puck, and when he found it, it was behind him. And here's another look at it. It's a 3-on-3 rush, and the Calgary three players play it pretty well. Vernon perhaps didn't.
1:32, the time of the goal. What a rush by Mike McPhee, and now Bobby Smith. Oh, and he just missed the far side. Smith with a bid. Canadians getting the first goal. Now the Flames come in. Raw going down, makes a save. From the scramble, it's cleared away. Well, what a torrid pace we've started this hockey game. Naslund is coming in there now, stick handling through three Flames. He rolled it into the corner to Keane to Smith. He's knocked flying. And the puck is cleared down the ice. Desjardins backing up in his own zone. He put it onto the stick of Keane, who backs up with Larry Robinson. Robinson had to shoot one to center ice. He was being checked. Desjardins, the rookie, backs up a bit. Now up through the middle to Corson. Canadians of fire, scoring first, and here's Gainey coming in. He took a hit from Otto. Otto and Gainey go to the ice. Kuklinski gets it up to Tim Hunter. He is stripped of the puck by Richer, who's then hit by Hunter. Ramage going behind the net. Corson ran into Ramage. There's going to be a penalty to the Montreal Canadiens. It is now called. Another penalty coming up.
The pressure continues to mount here on the 7th game of the Stanley Cup Final. Here's the pass through the middle. The puck is rolling right in the crease area. A goal here and the Stanley Cup will be won. The playoff round so intense and now we're down to just a minute and a half to go, and these two teams are tied. A shot off the goal post. The goalie falls and can't find it. A scramble, another shot. They score!
We like to think Molson Export is to beer what the Stanley Cup is to hockey.
In fact, here is the penalized player. Rob Ramage gets the penalty.
A lot of the fans and a lot of the players on either team thought Bob Gainey got it for charging. But I guess before that, Ramage upset. Right here, the high stick on Shane Corson, who's coming in on the forecheck.
Canadians have the goal by McPhee, but I'll tell you, Calgary's had the chances. They've had some super scoring chances. Rick Natras with a great pass sent Joe Mullen in for their first shot. A great opportunity there. So Terry Crisp says, not again, guys. We had all those scoring opportunities in the second period the other night in Calgary. A lot of people saying after that game, as you alluded to, Harry, in the second period, the Flames won the period, but maybe that's when they lost the hockey game. McPhee fired it through the legs of McInnis. He doesn't score many goals from far out. But
Well,
that one beat Vernon.
That was not a bullet shot,
No.
but it was well placed and I think partially screened. And forwards ought to do that a little more often. Use the defenseman that you can't beat as a screen, and worked that time for Mike McPhee.
That McPhee goal came at 1:32. It was unassisted. Now Ramage is in the penalty box, and the Canadians with a man advantage. Swoboda's pass was in behind Richer. Back for Swoboda, who shoots it from center ice. Morrison moving up, he missed it up the line. It's kept in, and here's another great chance. Chelios had it roll off his stick before he could get the backhander away. Walters centers it. Flames covering up. Morrison falls, gets back up, gives it to Chelios. Chelios in the corner, working it loose. Back to the line. Richer fires, and he misses the net. Swoboda now up along the boards into the corner. Walter digging it out. Corson taking a look around. with it. Swoboda's shot deflected high. Richer goes in and picks it up again. Good pressure by Montreal. Up the line. Richer. He doesn't shoot it. He's covered. Now Swoboda the other way with it. To Челиос to Swoboda. Back to Челиos. Here's Richer. Shoots. That's blocked. Swoboda over to Челиos. Into the corner. Patterson back to Челиos again. On the line. Swoboda to Челиos. His shot is blocked. He got it again. Swoboda drives. He just missed. And Челиos had left the spot on the far side. So the puck goes all the way down the ice. 20 seconds left on this power play. Canadians lead 1-0 on the McPhee goal. Look at Kurt going in. Cordell. Oh, the backhander is blocked. What a great burst of speed by Courtnall. Like a bullet from center ice. Naslund going into the corner. Takes a hard hit. Patterson picks it up. The penalty is now over. Canadians play Swoboda. Can't get a shot. He's not flying. Courtnall is flat behind the net. He goes right on. Naslund at center ice. A wicked pace to start this hockey game. We're nearing the 6-minute mark. There must have been 10 or a dozen scoring chances total so far. Canadians have the only goal. Челиос getting away from Nieuwendyk. Челиos gets it again. Played it up on the right side. Bobby Smit coming in. Smith tries to get in position for a shot. It's broken up and Robinson clears it back. Canadians trying to take charge early. Murzin moving up on the boards. He's squeezed out of the play. Desjardins pass deflected. Canadians work it out. Up near center. Keane going in. He got over the line away from McCown. McCrimmon back to help. Roberts starts back out for Calgary. He's up to center and lifts a high one in. Patrick Waugh watched it go to his left. And Robinson was back there. McPhee. Early lost it in front of the goal. Fleury. Kremen. Lube, and he had to go back with it. Here's Lube again. Hooking Lube's long pass. Colin shot. A high one. That's off the glass. Robinson took a hit but played it in behind the net. Now they're starting to get a bit physical. The Flames are in there offside. And the play is called. Few words after that play had been called.
Шум. Ну почему столько шума? Hey, мужик!
Not very long ago, the Soviet Union got its first taste of Pepsi. And while it may be just a coincidence, a lot of refreshing changes have been taking place ever since. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Юрочка, не бери в голову.
Montreal failed to score that power play chance, and Harry, something you talked about the other night that Montreal was not doing. Calgary did so well there, even though the play was in their zone. Mullen and Gilmor covered the point very well.
And they sure did. Here's Courtnall, the fastest guy on either team. A good backhand and a real fine stop by Mike Vernon. And any goaltender will tell you those backhands are tough to pick up coming off the forward stick.
Mark Hunter's on the ice now. He's number 22 for Calgary. And he's playing on a line with Fleury and McClellan. Canadians, Richer, Patterson, and Gainey. Flames shoot it in. Patrick Waugh didn't see it. It bounced off the board in a strange way and hit Waugh's legs.
Heavyweight, Tim Hunter and Craig Ludwig, and now Mark Hunter making his final debut in place of Lanny McDonald. Gets involved, and we have penalties called again by referee Kerry Fraser.
This four-door Tempo L, the best-selling car in Canada, is equipped with a long list of features that includes AM/FM stereo and air conditioning for only $10,995. That's a deal some people would love to hide, so we're also offering 8.9% financing on both 2- and 4-door models. No wonder Temple leaves the competition in the dark.
Tim Hunter started the pushing. Mark Hunter finished it, so Mark Hunter and Craig Ludwig got in the penalty box.
By this time of the year, the coaches will tell you the days are too long, the day of the game. The time between that morning skate and the face-off at night takes forever.
I don't know if they can maintain this pace in this heat. As I mentioned, a real hot day in Montreal today and a hot one in the Forum tonight. But what a pace they're setting to start this hockey game. At the line, it came out over the line. The Flames played it in. That's offside.
Rick Desjardins has a problem with one of his skates, and I think it's being resharpened in the dressing room, so the Canadians, because of an equipment problem as he hobbles along.
Could be that the skate bait breaks. The blades break a lot more often than they ever used to, and they have to put another one on. They do it quickly, but you're apt to miss a shift or two.
From the face-off, Natras shoots it in from center ice. Here comes McClellan. He just missed Челиос. Flames keep it in. Good forechecking by Fleri to play it up behind the net. Off-Gamey will bring it out for Montreal with Patterson at center. Up over the line he goes, and Meany is offside. And the play is called at the Calgary blue line.
Now, when you pull into an Esso station, you're going to get something new. Something with improved cleaning power. Something that is designed for better performance. A premium gasoline. A premium gasoline that can help deliver peak performance in cars that demand more than regular. Announcing the launch of new Esso Supreme gasoline.
We've had a penalty call on the Calgary Flames. Fleury is gone. 2 minutes for a cross-check. And you can see what Terry Crisp thinks about all of that, as he looks rather stern. And there's Fleury in the box alongside Mark Hunter. He went off along with Craig Ludwig. So the Canadians have their second power play chance. The Flames have yet to have a power play. Big pressure by Montreal, but not that many shots in the first chance they had on the power play.
Well, Montreal certainly controlled the puck. There's the power play stats, which are not bad at all. 3 for 11. Trying hard to make it 4 for 12 here. What an advantage it would be to get up 2 this early in this game.
Canadians are starting with Челиос, Свобоda, Naslund, Cardinal, and Bobby Smith. And they line up. 5 of them come out. Cardinal backtracked a bit. Now he's full steam ahead, but gave it up at the blue line when he saw Otto come after him, and he cleared it down the ice. Челиос around the net. Here he comes. Played it right under the stick of Swobodă, but Nieuwendyk was there to stop him. Good penalty killing by the Calgary Flames at this point. Bobby Smith backs it up again to Челиos. The 5 Canadians go back to line up and come out. Челиos, the pass is blocked. Swobodă now has to be careful with Hokenlube watching him. Cardinal got the pass, went in over the line, played it ahead, right onto the stick of MacInnis. And he couldn't get it out. He did get it out. Cardinal brought it in. Offside, Montreal.
Well, very good and very aggressive penalty killing on the part of the Calgary Flames. Al MacInnis, I guess, maybe along with little Fleury, the most publicized Flame in the finals so far. A fine hockey player and a very durable hockey player. He has missed only 2 games the past 2 seasons in Calgary.
One thing the Calgary Flames are doing on their penalty killing unit is they're not forechecking, but the minute the Montreal puck carrier brings the puck over his own blue line, they confront him quickly in the neutral zone. And Montreal has had trouble entering the Calgary zone under control of the puck on this power play.
55 seconds remaining on the penalty. Canadians unable to get a shot yet. Robinson stick handles to center. Ripped it in on the boards and Richer. Let it come back to Corson. Walter on the board. Richer back to the net. Richer to move in. Laid it up into the corner again. Orson comes in. He can't find it. Robinson at the blue line failed to stop it, and it's cleared all the way down the ice. Wall all the way to Robinson. Natras poked at it and got it back to center. Here's a chance for Otto. He's in with a shot. Stopped by Patrick Waugh. 5 seconds left on the penalty. The Flames, Natras coming in. Natras shoots it. He just missed. Now McCowan. And that's knocked down in front of the net. Out comes Corson. He's going in there with Richer. Richer lines up. Can't get a shot. Fleury stealing it and going back. Fleury in there with Patterson. Fleury held on to it a little bit too long. And the Canadians ganging up on him. They cleared it. There was a long shot by Rэмëdj that nearly fooled Waugh. Missed the net though. Quite ready for that blast from center. Corson down. Cordno coming in. And he could put it on the net. Russ Cordno breaking away from center ice. Ludwig was offside. And they'll bring that back. McPhee has the goal. 1:32. 1-0 Canadians.
Go Dennis! Excuse me, Dan. What's that guy doing?
Bobbing for lobster.
You're kidding.
No, it's Riley's annual lobster bobbing night.
His face is stuck in a bucket of live lobster? Your little claws are tied up, right?
I got one!
Oh, some of the cowards wear catcher's masks.
Smooth Molson Golden and the life at Riley's.
Terry Crisp has 17 playoff wins to his coaching credit. Pat Burns in his first year has 13. That's a long way, Harry, from Scotty Bowman's record of 114 in Stanley Cup competition.
And I know Scotty Bowman's sitting home with his feet up in Buffalo enjoying this one. Terry Crisp had a tough decision to make, benching Lanny McDonald for Hunter.
Long shot off the arm of Vernon. It's center. McPhee was there. Couldn't get a stick on it. Cordno tried to whip it in front, and Roberts intercepted. Roberts stopped by Skuduk near center. Skuduk played it back to Green to Swoboda. Back to Green. And the pass comes out to McPhee. McPhee, Skuduk near center. Cordno missing one. Nieuwendyk is on it for Calgary. Didn't get too far. He fell just inside the line. Roberts takes it again. Pushed it ahead. Cardinal fired it back to Green. Now McPhee near center. Nieuwendyk stopped him. Roberts comes back to pick it up. 9:20 left to the period. 1-0 Montreal. Rэмëdj, the long shot again. This time 2 feet wide. Lube knocked it in over the line. Canadians coming back. Swoboda, right side. Gilchrist put it up to Carbonneau, broken up by McInnis. He's in there, can't get in position for a shot. Mark Hunter goes after Swoboda. Carbonneau coming out, but in behind the play. Penalties have been called again. Swoboda and Mark Hunter bumping together. Swoboda is coming to the penalty box.
Wow! Well, what the? Yoo-hoo, me earthling. Hello? Wow! Get my camera, call the newspaper.
Lotto 649, the biggest jackpot lottery there is.
Guess who forgot to play their Lotterio numbers? There's no telling when your numbers may come up. So don't forget to play every week.
Now Peter Svoboda got a cup from Mark Hunter, and Svoboda retaliated. He's in the penalty box. The Flames have played pretty well, Harry. They're out shooting the Canadians 6-3. Here we see it now, the collision between the two. Watch Svoboda after the fact, kind of gives him a little non-bear hug. And that's enough, says Kerry Fräzer. Canadians have had 2 power plays. They've had only 1 shot on those power plays, and only 1 other shot in the game, along with the McPhee goal.
Let's see if the Calgary Flames can keep getting those point shots from the Montreal penalty coming in.
McInnis and Fleury. Otto is up there with Mullen and Gilmor. heavyweights from a scoring point of view for the Calgary Flames. Let's see how this power play works out. Fleri will start back. Comes to the line near center, nearly lost it, did lose it. Carbonell, however, was touched by Al MacInnis. MacInnis and Carbonell go at it, and Carbonell's nailed. And MacInnis is going to get a penalty for cross-checking.
Well, both teams said they were going to cut down the number of foolish penalties that they've taken. Swoboda took one seconds ago, and there's Carbonell getting a hand from his teammates for drawing the penalty on MacInnis. And these last two penalties have been tough to call. Let's have a look at this one right here. There's a bump. There's no penalty there. There's the cross-check on Carbonell, but I mean, but wasn't MacInnis defending himself? You might have thought he could have given a double on that. Steve Carbonell, the sulky trophy finalist. I think he'll win that one. This year he went from 17 to 26 goals, and the most amazing stat of all for Carbonell was that 10 of those 26 goals were game winners.
And he led his team in plus-minus along with it. So 5 aside here now, minute 27 left on the Svobodă penalty, and we change from on the ice from defensive to offensive players. Both teams, I'd say more of the Canadians, though Nieuwendyk comes out.
Bobby Smith wins the draw. Ludwig to the blue line. Only doing the split, but the puck gets Smith. Smith on the boards against McCown. And it's cleared out into the center ice area. Ludwig brings it back in. Took a hit from Otto, who fell, and there's going to be another penalty, I think, against Montreal. Up the ice goes Nieuwendyk, tried to go in. Otto was hurt.
He can get another one. Boy, I'm telling you, he could get another one here for the second elbow that he threw on Nieuwendyk. Now, that happened the other night in Calgary, Harry, and you pointed out that the referee could have called 2 penalties on one player on one play. Now, we'll see what Fräzer does here. Ludwig definitely a foul on Otto, and I think he could have got called for doing the same thing with the elbow on Nieuwendyk. But it looks like he's only going to get 2, which goes up on the board. He's lucky he didn't get 4.
The one thing that Kerry Fräzer has done in an attempt to control this game, there's the elbow, there's no question about that one, is that he's got players on both teams not knowing what penalties are. And that's a tough way to play a hockey game.
Well, there's the elbow that wasn't called. Nieuwendyk.
What about all that talk about no more for these penalties?
Don't players listen to coaches, Harry? So the Flames are up again by 1. Just to recap the penalty situation, Svobodă has 59 seconds left. MacInnis 132, and now Ludwig starting off with 2 minutes.
Gilmor with Fleri and Mullen. Back to the line is Rэмëdž, and here he is. Rэмëdž played it into Mullen on the board. Mullen comes back to Rэмëdž. Gets in a better spot. Lines up, now shoots it. It's off by Carbonell. Back to the line, but not out. Fleri closing in, shoots. That's the deflected rebound. Oh! And Mullen flipped it too high. Here's Fleri again, winding up, stepping in. Now shooting. And it's off the stick. Right to Patrick Roy, who hangs onto it.
The Calgary Flames are 3 for 9 in the playoffs when they're 2-man up. One of the problems they've got with this 2-man up situation is that, or the Montreal's 2-man down, excuse me, is that Al MacInnis, their home run hitter's in the box. Patrick Roy covers the rebound. Too late, Mullen should have put it in. One thing about Patrick Roy, he does leave rebounds around, but his 6 defensemen are exceptional at making sure that the other team doesn't get to them before he does.
28 seconds left in Swoboda's penalty. Calgary Flames with a great chance to tie it. They're handling the puck inside the blue line perfectly. Had some great setups, but so far have been unable to put it by Patrick Roy. Otto was in on this face-off against Ryan Walter. Collins didn't drop the puck. The 2 players thought, In fact, he had. Otto was waved out, and Fleury comes in. Now he drops it, and it's Mullen back to Ramy. Ramy set, gets into Mullen. Mullen takes the shot, trying to hit Fleury really with that one, and Robinson got a stick away.
Well, Fleury should take the defensive center after the draw. He didn't, and Ryan Walter got out very quickly to challenge Rэмëdj. I'm sure somebody's going to mention that to Fleury. After the draw, in the offensive zone, you make sure their center can't get out, because you know when you're two men down that neither Robinson or defenseman Челиос can venture out to the blue line. So,
but give Fleury credit for winning the faceoff from one of the top tough faceoff men in the league.
I don't think Walter will get past Otto. Let's watch.
Head-to-head here now.
Fleury is inside the circle, and Collins asked him to move back. Now Rэмëdj takes the puck and rolled it into Fleury. Back to Rэмëdj. Rэмëdj the other side to Mullen. Mullen winds up, shoots. Oh, that's deflected and missed the open side. Fleury back to Rэмëdj. Into Fleury and Rэмëdj again. A shot. Blocked. Fleury. Oh, what a save by Patrick Wall. Let me tell you, he was down and got back up so fast. Fleury didn't have an angle to shoot.
This is turning into a very one-sided hockey game. The Flames are out shooting Montreal 11-3. Shades of the second period 2 nights ago at the Saddle Dome. But the Canadiens are still ahead 1-0 thanks to this gentleman who's getting a standing O right now.
Well, watch the length of time that Fleury's got to walk into this shot. And you're right, Bob. Waugh got up and had the angle covered, or this would have really been a tough stop.
Look at that. Boy, that's goaltending. Because that net, when Fleury saw the puck come back to him, he saw the open side. But then when he looked up again, he saw Patrick Waugh.
Faster than the eye can blink. Patrick Waugh got up and made the save.
Four skaters aside out there now. Dennis will be on the ice in 25 seconds. And the Flames will have a man advantage for about 30. MacKrimmon from his own zone. Played it ahead to Mullen. Mullen and Gilmor get together to bring the puck in. And it's Mullen stopping. Looking back to the line. Trying to pass it back there. It hit Carbonneau. Swobota comes back out. In with Carbonneau across the line. He took a hit, kept going. Could get a shot. Now Skoglund stops into Carbonneau. He missed it. Carbonneau and Skoglund go after it. Gilmor goes back to pick it up. MacInnis is out of the penalty box. And the Flames have the man advantage again. For another 20 seconds as they start out on this rush. MacInnis from center ice. Deflected way high into the crowd.
Now, Harry, you said Guy Carbonneau is favored to win the Selkie. I think that Joe Mullen certainly must be favored to win another Lady Byng trophy. It's been a frustrating first period for him. He's had the chances. He's missed the net a couple of times. You wonder how long a 51-goal scorer can continue to come up blank when he's had the opportunities in close.
Well, I think he'll make his presence felt, I'm sure, but I agree with you. He's a very talented opportunist around the net, and we've seen him miss some chances that under normal circumstances he gets goals on.
MacInnis slides a pass quickly to Murzin. Murzin. He was covered by Keane. Lube coming in there. Lube on again. Patrick Waugh stopping the play. Oh! Lube had a break behind everybody. Waiting on top from Patrick Waugh.
Well, how long can Joey Mullen be frustrated? How long can Patrick Waugh continue to do what he is doing? He stopped hooking Lube on a breakaway in the third period in Calgary that would have narrowed it to a one-goal hockey game with about 5 minutes to go. And look at the pathway for Lube on the left side. Patrick Waugh makes his 12th stop in less than 15 minutes of play.
Just 2 seconds left in the Canadiens' penalty. The Flames have a chance up here with a face-off deep in the zone. But Ludwig failed to win it. It comes now. Walter, the penalty is over. Ludwig on the ice. Took the pass. Couldn't hang on to it. Here comes Holton Lube again. Breaking around Челиос to Phil. And knocks the puck away before he could get a backhand shot on the net. Flames keep the heat on. to be Bobby Smith.
Turtle wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle wax.
Generation after generation, Turtle Wax has been the world's best-selling car wax. Nothing has been able to clean, shine, and protect your car better. Only Turtle Wax gives a super hard shell finish. And it's still the best-selling car wax in the world.
Turtle Wax.
The penalty parade continues. The Canadians' number 15, Bobby Smith, gone, slashing the call. 14:25, the time. Boy, you just wonder how many chances the Canadians can give the Flames, Harry, before it costs them.
It will cost them. There's the slash right there. Boy, for a Stanley Cup final, that's not a Stanley Cup final slash, in my opinion.
Smith in the penalty box. Penalty killing, very important in this first period. The Flames did a terrific job when they were called on to do it. Here's his shot right off the back. That misses by 3 feet. Fleury at the line with MacInnis. The other way for Mullen. Mullen on the outside near the line. Carbonneau watching him. Mullen gives it to MacInnis. Can't handle it cleanly. So now he shoots into the corner. Robinson passes one near the line. It comes in. Gilmor went to pass, but there was Robinson. He can't get it out. It comes out anyway as Gilmor tried to sweep it away. 1:25 left on the penalty. Here's Mullen coming in. Otto going for the net. Mullen gets his second chance to make a play. Gives it to MacInnis at the line. He whipped the pass over to Fleury. Into Mullen to Fleury. Fleury is stopped. It's out over the line again by the great captain of the Carbonneau. Ian Walter. Great penalty killing. Otto's shot goes in off Ludwig. Robinson takes it. Robinson trying to get it out. It bounces near the line. Carbonneau again. One man back. Robinson went up on the play, but Carbonneau did not see him. Now he just shoots it in there.
The Montreal Canadian penalty-killing forwards are right out on the Calgary point men, something they did not do in Game 1 and 2.
40 seconds left in the Bobby Smith penalty. It's lobbed near center. Sprudlin was up there. 4:09 left in the period with Hokenlund coming in with Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk dropped it back to Killis. He didn't get a good shot that time. And the Canadians are going to clear it out. 3 of them, 1 man back. It's Челиос breaking in, right on goal. Oh, Vernon makes a big stop. And Челиos, who hurt himself a little bit, flying into the goal post.
Челиos is going to complain that he was hacked down as he cut for the net. But he gave you an illustration on that rush, the kind of legs this guy has. He looked like a talented winger cutting to the net. Watch this. Look at the slash he takes right here on the arm and then half tripped, and he couldn't get it up over Vernon before he slides into the post.
Bob mentioned there was only 1 man back as that rush began because Al MacInnis had gone to the bench for a stick. He'd broken his stick. I think on that weak shot, it wasn't a MacInnis howitzer to be sure. So Челиос on the bench. You know, Larry Robinson, Harry, didn't kill penalties all that often all season. He's been out here tonight during this penalty-filled first period a tremendous amount. The Canadian defensive players have been getting a workout, that's for sure.
Corson against Otto. Up the center is Rami. Shoots it in wide of the net. Roberts going up after it. Swoboda goes around the goal. Gives to the Geedy. Geedy flipped it high. Rami stopped it at the line. Picking it up is Swoboda to skate in with it. Swoboda looking for a hole. Couldn't find it. MacKrimmon watching him all the way. Swoboda was knocked down behind the play. That's why you're hearing the boos. Fans thought maybe a penalty would have been called now. Corson is in with a shot. He just missed. Vernon was coming out to cut the angle, a little bit off balance, and the shot just missed the far side. Richer, stick handle away from Mullen. Stick handle away from Roberts, and then ran into Roberts at the blue line and knocked him down. Here's Gilmor coming in. Gilmor for Calgary, trying to work it in. He does. Right in front of Mullen was covered. Here's the shot. He scores! Robertson in front of the net.
it into the net to tie the game up with 2:45 left in the first period. I know that Pat Burns has not enjoyed this period, although his team has had the edge.
Only on the scoreboard, Harry, after the early goal by McPhee, Chris Flames have played a pretty good period, and I felt that their penalty killing was so strong it gave the team a lift for those 2 straight penalties they drew. And here's Mullen in front, picking it out of the air, deflecting it past Waugh, who has been very strong in this first period, but had no chance on this one.
Eric Desjardins had the puck. The puck was through his legs to McCrimmon. Had he been able to control that, Montreal wouldn't have given up that opportunity. But I think you have to say that Calgary deserves to have at least one on the board on territorial advantage or scoring opportunities or shots on goal.
Joe Mullen's 12th goal of the playoffs. Tonight it was the Flames' 13th shot that finally beat Roy. And Mullen had a few good cracks at him, as we pointed out before he put it in the net.
Joe Mullen. Assisted by number 4, Brad McCrimmon. Et le numéro 39, and number 39, Doug Gilmor.
Gilmor McCrimmon assisting on the Mullen goal at 17-15. That ties the game. Calgary has had tough luck around the net. That time coming through. 16 shots in the second period in game 2 against 4 for the Canadiens. And tonight 13-4 now with 2.5 minutes left in the period. But they get a goal to tie it. Robinson down. Little pass ahead for Gilchrist. From center, he shoots it in. McCown took him out of the play. And Walter ran into McCullen and behind the net. Here's the pass to Gilchrist. He had to wait for Walter to clear his own. Gilmore back there to send a pass away that goes the length of the ice. And that's icing against the Calgary Flames. Let's see what we have in our first intermission. For that, we go to Ron McLean.
Fleury leads all playoff performers with 3 game-winning goals, and he'll be my guest in the first intermission as well. Don Cherry will be along to talk, among other things, about some of the coaching possibilities in the NHL this year.
Here's the record of rookie coaches who worked their way into the Stanley Cup final, first-year men. And the Canadiens have had 4 men coached to a team to a Stanley Cup win in their first season behind the bench. Toe Blake, Al McNeil, who's here as a member of the Flames entourage, Claude Ruel, and Jean Perron.
And there is Pat Burns with 1:52 left, period 1. And the score at 1. Bobby Smith getting the draw, tried to poke it toward the net. It was gloved ahead. So another face-off in the Calgary zone.
You have to wonder whether the travel plans will have anything to do with who wins the Stanley Cup. Montreal chartered in here after game 2, got in at 5 a.m. Thursday, practiced at 2. Calgary chartered in the next day and got in at 5 p.m. and did not practice.
It's played out to Otto, who comes to center ice. Bobby Smith tied him up along the boards, allowing Челиос to go back around the net. Челиos, a pass to Naslund, ahead to Smith. He rolled it up on the far boards. It goes right to Vernon, who tipped it behind the net. Murzin starting the Flames back. Roberts missed it. Keane picked it up, and it's called on the offside with 1:21 left in the period.
The Calgary Flames have done a great job in the 2 games plus 1 period of shutting down the outside rushing lanes, especially to the speediest of Montreal forwards, forcing them to cut into the middle as they hit the Calgary blue line. And usually there's been a traffic jam there.
From the face-off, Canadiens, Ludwig moved up across center. McInnes took that pass just inside the line. He lifted one up across center ice. Roberts didn't touch it. Canadiens play it back. McInnes again. Up through the middle to Roberts. He is stopped by Челиос. Final minute of the period. Law stepping behind the net. 2 Flames go in, and here's Hokenloom. Nieuwendyk in front, and he couldn't hit him with the pass. Another shot has been deflected wide. Челиos falling in the corner. Newendijk fell over him. McInnes ripped the shot that went off the leg of Naslund. Out for Montreal, Bobby Smith. 35 seconds left in the period. Smith in there. Here's Keane. He can't get in position for the shot. McInnes covered him. Al McInnes put it on the boards to center ice with 25 seconds left in the period. Naslund in again, but Gilmor got back to break it up. Now Swoboda gloves one at his own blue line. Up to Naslund, and he put it back. McClellan was in there looking for it. Cordnell didn't clear it. Strudlin did. Up to Naslund. Strudlin is hit. Here's Cordnell, and he missed the pass in front of the net. Flames cleared, and the siren goes to end the first period. And a fine period it was. What speed, enough hitting, good penalty killing. They each got a goal. It was a good period.
And especially good for the Calgary Flames. I said it before, and I'll say it again, Harry. That was, on balance, a rather one-sided period. Calgary here tonight looking very sharp, very confident, and showing that, yes, indeed, they are a good road team as well as a good home team.
Montreal withstood another barrage where they should be behind, and the sign of a good team is that you can get out of periods you're badly outplayed in without being badly outscored.
McPhee started it, unassisted, end-to-end, really. A fine rush at 132, and then Mullen from McCrimmon and Gilmore at 17-15 in the shots. Look at that. Flames out-shooting the Canadiens 13-4. And the score at the end of the first period. The Calgary Flames won, the Montreal Canadiens won.
In nautical terms, Lakeview Marine means Doral. Doral, the style of your life. Now presenting the 30-foot Prestantia, a top-of-the-line cruiser with Mercruiser. Right now, Lakeview Marine and Doral have combined to offer you top dollar for your trade-in, and there's in-store long-term financing. Lakeview Marine, your Mercruiser dealer, is open till 9 p.m. 7 days a week. It's now easier than ever to own a 30-foot Doral Prestantia with Mercruiser. Doral, the style of your life.
Here's a great gift idea from Laser Color Reproductions, a 30-piece 9x12 color puzzle made from your favorite color photograph, suitable for ages 3 and up. It can be a child, a pet, your car, or just about anything. It will be returned. Laser will print it on high-gloss paper and mount it on durable cardboard. For a personalized photo puzzle, send your photo to Laser Color, 110 Mercer Street, Windsor, Ontario, N9A1M4. Enclosed check or money order for $9.95. Ontario residents at 8% tax. Special offer ends June 3rd.
We couldn't call ourselves experts if we didn't have Brooks Hydroflow. We couldn't call ourselves experts if we didn't have the Speedo collection.
Dining, dancing, definitely the Cotton Club. The past, present, and future of entertainment. Windsor's Cotton Club.
Attention American and Canadian travelers. On your next trip into the United States, take advantage of the terrific savings offered by the Windsor Tunnel Tax and Duty Free store. Just a short visit entitles you to purchase a variety of items tax and duty free. Save up to 50% on cigars, your favorite beverages, and all the popular imported fragrances for women and men. You'll also find Swiss watches, Gucci handbags, Ladro figurines, giftware, and much, much more. The Windsor Tunnel Tax and Duty Free store, open every day.
Search to be #1 in the NHL is all about ones thus far. The Flames and Canadiens with a game each and a goal each thus far here this evening. Theron Fleury of the Calgary Flames is my guest in the first intermission, and before I get to ask the questions, you had a request, so why don't you go and say hi to those you'd like to.
I'd just like to say hi to everybody who's watching the game in Oxbow, getting ready for the big wedding tomorrow, and just like to say hi and wish I was there, but you know what I'm gunning for, so.
Yeah, you have a good excuse. Tell me about the first period.
Well, it, you know, there's a lot of penalties, and, you know, especially teams had to be sharp early. McPhee got that quick goal right away, and, they had the momentum there, but you know, we scored that goal. You know, Joey Mullen's done it all year, going to the net, and you know, somehow managed to hit him and go in. So.
Waugh made a great save on you. How do you like playing the left point on the power play?
Well, it's nothing new to me. I played it in junior and in Salt Lake at the beginning of this year, so you know, I'm just glad I had the opportunity to play, and you know, I think it's made me a better player.
You seem to be playing a lot. It's clear that any player would enjoy that. In that you came up January 1 and were playing fourth line to break in, is it tough on you now to see as much ice time as you are?
I don't think so. No, I feel I'm in decent shape, and you know, if you can't get up for these kind of games, you know, you'll never get up for a game, and it's just a matter of you know, being focused and going out there and playing the way Crispy wants you to play.
There is a guy in high-top shirts and low-top shoes who says because you're up for every game, maybe it'll be tough next year. And I know I saw in the papers in Calgary your father doesn't think much of that opinion. What do you?
Oh, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. You know, Don's a colorful guy, and he likes to get things going. And you know, I think that's great. And you know, I'll just play the same way and you know, see what happens from there.
What is your game plan tonight?
Well, I think we just have to, you know, forecheck, and get on their defensemen, because a big key to their hockey club is their defensemen moving the puck up to their forwards quickly and them catching us on 3-on-2s and that. So we just have to, you know, dump it in and go in and chase as hard as we can and get on guys like Челиос and Robinson and not allow them to move the puck up.
Thanks, Theron, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Theron Fleury of the Calgary Flames likes Don Cherry, and he'll get to hear from him next in the Coach's Corner when Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC returns after these messages.
If you've got money in many places, put it in one place, a Royal Moneymaker account. A Royal Bank report on earning investment rate interest with savings account convenience. With the Royal Moneymaker account, as your balance grows, your interest rate gets bigger. And bigger. And bigger. The Royal Moneymaker account. It's guaranteed to pique your interest. The Royal Moneymaker account at the Royal Bank.
In the heart of America, 5 people are about to discover an extraordinary place.
Did you hear the voice, too?
That's a link between yesterday and tomorrow.
Is this heaven? Am I completely nuts?
Kevin Costner, Amy Madigan,
Not completely.
James Earl Jones,
I don't believe I'm doing this.
and Burt Lancaster.
It's the place dreams come true.
Field of Dreams.
Last year, thanks to the Diet Pepsi Taste Drive, more than half the Diet Coke drinkers who received Diet Pepsi Taste Packs said they preferred the taste of Diet Pepsi. This year, we're back to reach even more Diet Coke drinkers. Diet Pepsi. Get with the taste.
Here's the leader in compact trucks, Ford Ranger, with features that make it outsell Mazda, GMC, and Chevy.
Go with the leader.
You're in four-wheel drive at the touch of a button. Only Ranger 4x4 gives you this advanced system standard.
Go with the leader.
And Ranger beats Chevy S10 in standard horsepower and torque. It's Canada's best-selling compact truck.
Go with the leader. Ford trucks.
Get 8.9% financing plus save up to $2,435 on specially equipped Rangers.
Even machines this mean can't take on the Caterpillar backhoe loader. Because while they show some speed, we've got some other tricks, like fingertip-controlled hydraulics and a rugged loader bucket. All for a price that makes the Caterpillar backhoe loader awfully tough to beat. And surprisingly easy to own.
Just $49,950 get you a brand new Cat 416 from Carruthers, your Ontario Cat dealer.
I thought for sure Theron Fleury was going to give you a shot.
If he had, I was going to say you cut that interview short. Listen,
don't get
Harry and Dick, did they take a shot at me there?
What do you mean?
I don't know, something about...
at the beginning when they said
games...
that you like games 3 and they said every game's important.
Yeah, I mean...
And they're right.
No kidding. I mean, I'm trying to give stats here and everything, and, you know, we have a license, Bowman and I, Scotty Bowman and I, have a license to talk about the finals.
Why?
Because we coached in the finals.
Well, now, just a minute. Dick's in the Hall of Fame for covering them, and Harry got there as a GM.
GMs. Come on, let's go here. Come on, I don't have much time.
No,
low-cut shoes.
The sponsor agrees with you. Let's talk about the prospect of coaching changes. These are all possibilities, they're rumors, and we're not suggesting anything by it, but you can't help but hear about what's going on, beginning in Hartford.
Hartford, Ricky Lee, Eddie Johnston had a chance to hire him or Pierre Creamer, and if he had hired Ricky Lee, he'd still be in Pittsburgh as GM, but he's not going to make the same mistake twice, and Ricky Lee is a heck of a coach. He should have been in the National Hockey League a long time ago.
He's a good guy. How about Buffalo?
Buffalo, you're burying Sater, eh? One bad move.
Well, you said that you'd like to talk about some of these possibilities.
Sater made one bad move, and I tell you, it was a beauty. Putting in Malarchuk when the cutthroat after a 6-0, and I mean, I feel sorry for him because he had a pretty good year, but it was a dumb move. I would say Rick Dudley, and he's learned his, you know, his trade in the minors. A good coach. You notice these guys I'm talking about, all minor guys coming up, guys that worked hard. Go ahead.
Well, since we're in the Adams division where Pat Burns may be the only coach to return, how about Mike Milbury as coach and assistant GM?
Well, you know he's going to do well. He played it 5 years under a great coach and learned a lot of things. Harry Sinden has got rid of 6 coaches in 10 years. Not only that, Mike, now listen to this, is the assistant GM. He takes over from Tommy Johnson, and I'm not going any farther than that what Tommy Johnson does.
Well, Mike Milbury has the job you thought you had, assistant general manager, and you, by the way, were the longest coach ever in Bruins history. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. I was, and one of the most successful. Thank you.
What'll Phil do in New York?
Phil is going to coach himself. He's got himself in a corner now. He'll get a co-coach. They're going to, so he can blame something on him. I thought Cash should be his co-coach, but I guess he's going to get another one.
Who's going to L.A.?
L.A., Colin Campbell is out there right now. Colin Campbell, Harry Neal says he's the best of the whole bunch. Colin Campbell is been with Jacques Demers in Detroit as assistant coach. Been great, and he'll be great out there.
What will they do in Winnipeg?
Winnipeg, Bob Murdoch, and the only thing I've got to say about that, good luck, Bob.
Don Cherry in the coach's corner on specifically that. This is Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. You'll get more time later, don't worry. The Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here it is, sir, the Toshiba I was telling you about. Beautiful, isn't it?
It's awfully big.
Does big jobs. Word processing, spreadsheets, networking.
It's awfully big.
It's a Toshiba, biggest selling portable computer family in Canada.
It's awfully big.
Big on reliability. Best price performance.
It's awfully...
It's a Toshiba portable. The best.
It's awfully small.
Yeah, but it has inner bigness.
Thick, green, and beautiful. The perfect lawn from CIL. SCU. An exclusive CIL formula guaranteed to give you quick green up and a perfect lawn. SCU time releases nitrogen slowly to keep your lawn thick and green for over 2 full months. So Golf Green keeps feeding your lawn long after many other fertilizers have quit. This spring, give your lawn all the long-lasting nutrients it needs. Get Golf Green with SCU from CIL.
If you are the person who chooses the copier for your company, the copier that everyone counts on every day, which copier are you going to choose? Today, more people pick Canon copiers for features that make everyone's job easier, for the price that fits into the budget. Above all, they pick Canon for peace of mind. Because after all, this is the copier that everyone counts on every day. Canon. It's the comforting choice.
People, gather round. Ludlow's our new supervisor of accounts receivable.
Hard to believe how he used to be. Another piece of paper won't get customer attention, but phoning long distance will. Amazing he's now collecting on time, solving invoice problems.
Ludlow, congratulations.
Pity, no more lessons for Ludlow, but there's always... Fillmore, Fillmore, Fillmore.
Business long distance from Bell.
In Canada, a beer must be clean and cold. And it must have a genuine Canadian taste. Molson Canadian. What beer's all about.
Tomorrow, China Cup Gymnastics, the Canadian Tire Challenge, the World Professional Snooker Championship, and 10 years of Sports Weekend. Celebrating a decade of excellence tomorrow.
Here's a gentleman who needs no introduction. Gordie Howe must have some great memories of this rink.
Well, we played, remember when we used to play 14 times a year among ourselves, but the one thing I recall very well, I was turned 21 years of age, and our owner then, Jim Norris, said, if you score another goal, I had 6 in 6 games. If I get the 7th one, he'd give me a watch. And I, joking, he said, a cheap one. He said, no, it'd be a good one. It's the one I have on my wrist right today. He bought me a wristwatch, and it was when I was only getting about 6,000 a year. The watch was almost worth it, so I was scared to wear it. But it was it's a fond memory because there's a lot of kindness in it.
Harry Neal had some great stories about coaching his favorite player of all time. Do you have any Harry Neal stories?
Well, Harry tried to do something other people never did to me. At the age of 47, Harry wanted me to run. So the first day we did about 2 miles. I did it in 14 minutes. That's pretty good. Second day I did it in 18. The third day I took about 20-some minutes, and it rained. And I said, there is a God. And he said, well, maybe you shouldn't run. So Harry went by the book. He was a strong tutor and a very believing man. If he thought something was right, he went with it. And whether right or wrong, it rubbed a few people. But I always have to respect the coach. And like everybody, all the coaches I had, Harry was one of the better ones.
From your experience in Detroit, I guess you know what a tough job Calgary has coming in here.
Yeah, it's tough because, and I think they show a lot of character because they were down one, got a few penalties, a little undisciplined, and then all of a sudden somebody must talk to them on a bench because they say, hey, it is a game, it's only one goal, we got a long way to go, and that's why they're here. You know, they're one of the 2 best in the league, and they might be the best. I chose them 3 months ago to win, so they better not let me down, even if I'm in Montreal. The reason I say there's a soft spot for a guy with a big mustache, and I like to see Lanny with his name on that trophy.
Gordie, a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Gordie Howe, now let's go up and join Bob Cole.
Thank you, Chris, and doesn't Gordie look great? We remind you that the next game in this series, game number 4, will be here at the Forum in Montreal on Sunday, and it starts at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Harry, you and I have been on the road together for a while now. You're getting to be just a little tough to live with after that great description of your coaching prowess by the great Gordie.
How many hockey fans you know have a chance to coach their boyhood idol? I had that opportunity, and it was the highlight of my coaching career.
Was he tough to handle?
He was a gem.
All right, how did you feel the first time you had to address him as his coach? Was he nervous, or were you?
I don't know whether he was nervous, but to say that I felt insufficiently prepared would be an understatement. But I can tell you this, if you watched him play, you had to idolize him. If you had the chance to coach him, you would idolize him to another degree. He was a beautiful player, a beautiful person, and wonderful to coach. I didn't have to tell him anything. I just said, Gordie, we need a goal, and he usually got it. There's our Panavision camera, and that's why, folks, we never miss a replay. That camera is operated by a guy in the truck. It's one of the modern miracles. Now, if we can only get nets the puck doesn't come out of, we will have conquered another problem in the game of hockey.
We have a discussion right here with the referee and Hunter and Челиос. Roberts, we had penalties called at the 20-minute mark by Kerry Fräzer, who certainly called a few of them in that first period. With a little bit of pushing and shoving as the siren went, Al MacInnis is back in the box, and so is Brian Strudler.
Well, Kerry Fräzer has made it clear that he's not going to put up with any. There's a picture from our camera. You want to see how they win face-offs? We'll show you right here.
I think that's the first time that camera's been used here in Montreal, Bob. I can't remember.
Well, they've got a good shot of that face-off anyway. Won by the Canadians, who immediately put it in, and just as quickly the Flames clear it down the ice. Ludwig and Челиос back. Mullen and Pатterson up forechecking along with Gilmor. Walter played it on the boards. McCown has to hustle back against Gilchrist. Walter could not go in. Flames move it up. It's Mullen's shot. That's blocked. Ludwig fell in front of that one. Here's Gilchrist picking it up and going in. Gilchrist gets away from the head, but he lost the puck and it was cleared by Natras. Mullen going in with Gilmor. Mullen centered it, and a penalty coming up here for the Montreal Canadiens.
Well, when you go to the net without the puck, as Colin Patterson did, you often draw a penalty or get a chance to score. This time, he drew a penalty, and Kerry Frézer had to call that one without any question at all, and Patrick Waugh was lucky to get out of the way.
Well, both those players, Colin Patterson and Guy Carbonneau, are both finalists for the Selke voting this season, and one of them hauled down the other, and it's Carbonneau gone for hooking. The Flames come out here, I can sense, Harry, they're every bit as much in control as they were as that period came to an end. Here we see it directly in front of the net. Down goes Patterson. A Canadian player hits the deck with him. Patrick Waugh turns around and said, hey, you guys, this is not fair. And Pat Burns doesn't look very happy or very animated tonight. Have we mentioned that Claude Lemieux is not playing? But again, he was benched. He has received more publicity in 2 games for a player who hasn't played than anybody else in Stanley Cup final history, except the Rocket, the year he got suspended in 1955.
Again, the Flames with that power play, and they get the face-off. Ramey up along the boards, side of the net. That's McClellan with the puck. Lewandijk trying to work it back. Lewandijk again, now to Ramey. This side to Fleury. It's intercepted. Fleury keeping it in, though. Fleury, Flames showing lots of patience, waiting to spot somebody open for a good shot in Patrick Waugh. Челиос couldn't pick it up. Fleury to Ramey. Ramey put it in there. And Walter goes after it. Walter picks it up, and he clears it high and went over the boards near the Canadiens bench.
And you can see the different strategy the Montreal penalty killers are using tonight. Right out on the point. And again, Calgary gets caught with their best power play player in the penalty box. Fleury and MacInnis are usually the point man. Rob Ramic is number 3 on that depth chart. And Calgary's power play is not quite as dangerous without big number 2 on it.
Used to be a song, Mr. 5x5, 5 feet tall and 5 feet wide, at least 5 foot 5 inches, according to the Calgary media guide. But he's done all right. I like him. It's our first, here in Montreal, our first look at Fleury this year through these playoff games, and he has been impressive.
Mike Keane, who played with him in Moose Jaw and for the Canadian National Junior Championship, says that he plays a lot like Ken Linsman, but he doesn't know whether Fleury can play 10 years like Ken Linsman. Now, would he be referring to Fleury's size or the length of his life in this business?
From the face-off, Flames, Fleury picking it up and shooting it behind the net. Otto was in there. He's trying to knock it loose for Gilmor. Fleury has to come in from the point. Patterson is on the boards against him. Canadians don't get it out. Челиос had a chance to clear it. Now Fleury with Gilmor off the blue line, moving up. Gainey intercepted, and he played it to the far side. Ramage back for Fleury. He has to back up. 45 seconds left of the penalty. And the Calgary Flames, Gilmor coming in, grabbing that pass and throwing it up in front of the net, hoping Otto would get there. He did not. Otto is on the puck now to Ramage. Ramage shoots. It's deflected in front of the net, away from the goal. Canadians. Gainey stopped by Gilmor. Mullen slides it ahead. Otto got it back, but right to Gainey. 3 Canadians come out of the zone. Челиос bringing the puck in. Челиos trying to pass to Gainey. Gainey bumped by Fleury in the corner. 10 seconds left of the penalty. And the Flames come out again. This is Gilmor coming in. He dropped the Lube. Hogan Lube back to Gilmor on his skate. He centered it. And Челиos got back and cleared to center ice. Well, he is over now. Carbonneau nearly stole it in front of the net. Carbonneau also very quick to anticipate. That time nearly picked off the pass right in front of the Calgary goal. Murzin misses it. Goes right into the net. And now he takes it from the goaltender. Vernon starts to play up the center. Oakenloop trying to go in. Canadians are back here. Covering now. They clear it. Cardinal trying to pick it up. Hunter is there ahead of him. MacKrimmon stopped by Bobby Smith. Smith coming in. Cardinal from the line. He was checked. Sweeping away is Roberts. Up over the Montreal line. He centered it. Patterson shot. Rebound. And he hit the side of the net with Waugh jamming his skate on a post and holding it there.
Montreal Canadiens give another penalty off at home in the playoffs. They have yet to give up power play goals. Quite a stat.
We'll be right back after this message.
The world's best-selling car suddenly just got a lot better. Now get Escort LX and air conditioning at no extra charge. Escort, equipped, not stripped, for $97.95. Plus, get the Ford quality you've grown to love. Presenting Ford Festiva at a price you'll love, $81.95. And at Mo Campbell Lincoln Mercury, get Ford Ranger, best-selling compact truck in Canada from $99.95. Ford Escort, Festiva, and Ranger at Mo Campbell Lincoln Mercury, 250 Tecumseh Road East, Windsor.
An isolation on a coach. You don't get that very often, but come on, Terry, can't be that bad.
The most, with the penalties called tonight, usually the coach has to go into isolation when the game's over.
McCown kept the puck in, chance for Natcher shoots. That's deflected, missed the net, was down. And Swobota was standing there in the crease area to pick it up. Here's Keane. One man back, Keane tried to win it. McCown ran into him. And nothing flying. But he's going to get a penalty. Keane tried to go in. And he was hit. The Calgary penalty coming up.
Yeah, when it hits 50, sell 10,000.
With a Radio Shack cellular phone, you're in business all the time.
I'll have a firm offer in your hands in 20 minutes. Yeah.
The drywall's coming in tomorrow. Hey, what's the matter with you?
I'm running late. Can you pick up the kids?
The CT100 mobile phone is on sale now for only $899, including a glass mount antenna and 12 months of Cantel's mobile message voicemail service.
Kablooey, like Mount St. Helens. Yeah, how soon can you get here?
Jamie McCown is in the penalty box for holding at 4:04 of the second period.
And Jamie McCown's in there, Bob, saying, I thought I made a pretty good defensive play in that guy. Well, did he or didn't he? I don't know. Down they went.
One-on-one, he played the man instead of the puck. He didn't tackle him. I think it was a good defensive play and not much of a referee's play.
So Terry Crisp gets his penalty killers out there, and Pat Burns is hoping that the Canadiens can bag a power play goal. McInnes, Patterson, Joel Otto will be on the face-off. Murzin is the other defenseman. The Canadians, Smith, Keane, Naslund, Swobota, and Челиос from the face-off. McInnes was there to shoot at the length of the ice. Челиos taking his time, coming back. It's a 1-1 tie here in the second as the Canadians. Swobota has to backtrack. Patterson doing a fine job keeping him in there. Now Swobota gets it going. On to Naslund. Naslund to center. Naslund, no place to go. He put it high on the glass. Murzin picks it up first. Smith centered it. Naslund in there. He can't get his shot. He's tied up. Naslund swept it over the line himself. Челиос comes to center. Here's Naslund going in. Naslund can't get a shot. Coming back was Gilmor to cause some trouble. Preventing Naslund from getting a shot on the net. A minute 10 left on the penalty. Waugh gives it to Челиос near center. He can't get in. Flames are great killing these penalties tonight. Richer coming up. Richer turned around by McInnes. Gilmor ran into him. Canadians in after it. Smith on the board with Naslund. Close quarters in there now. Naslund tried to flip it back. Gilmor stopped him. now Smith in the corner. Out center, Naslund. Richer is in front of the net, and the Flames dump it down the ice. 35 seconds left in the penalty. Swobodă skating back. The Calgary Flames make changes. Mullen is on there with Nieuwendyk. Swobodă upended near center. Richer coming in. Richer can't shoot it. Nieuwendyk is after it. Gets it out over the line. 15 seconds left on this power play. Robinson takes his time. Gets away from two checkers. And shoots it into the Calgary zone. Thorson is hooked from behind by MacKrimmon. There's going to be another Montreal power play coming up. Richer with the puck, centered it. Carbonneau turning, was on the bench. Canadians have the extra man on. Now they call the play. And MacKrimmon is going. The Canadians will get another power play.
In front of the net during that last sequence, Rэмëdж was just hammering Brian Strudel, so things are getting rough. It's still tied 1-1.
Esso would like to shed some light on the subject of gasoline. Not all gasolines are right for your car. Some can cause engine knock, even engine damage. Now there's new Esso Supreme with added deposit control. A premium gasoline specially formulated to provide smoother burning, more power and acceleration. In short, regular gasoline can't hold a candle to new Esso Supreme.
MacKrimmon, high stick, Shane Thorson. The Canadians coming up empty-handed on a power play. Now they're handed another one by referee Gary Fräser. As we see here, oh, that's Rэмëdж, and there's MacKrimmon coming in as well. So that's when the penalty was called. Boy, I'll tell you, the Flames, Harry, you've talked a lot about the Canadians and their good penalty killing, but against Montreal, this is the best penalty killing I've seen, I think, in the playoffs, the way the Flames have performed here tonight so far.
They have been great, no question. And they have Pатterson on there again with Otto, Akras, and Mackoun. Strudling down, Patterson having some words. Corson and Otto doing a little join. Cortnell is the other player on the left side. Robinson and Челиос are the defensemen.
They're doing something the other teams haven't been able to do in the playoffs, getting under the skin of the Canadians, it would seem. Starting to upset them.
Score is 1-1. And the Flames are going to send the Canadians back in their own zone. Wall, careful with that long shot. Behind the play, Otto and Corson are eyeing each other, bumping each other. As Robinson brings it out to Челиос. Челиos shoots it in. Cortnell going after Akras. It stopped at the line and got away from Robinson. Patterson doing a great job and clearing it down.
You know, if you kept track of the one-on-one battles for the puck, the team in red is far ahead of the team in white.
Here's Robinson to center. Lifts a high one in. It came off the glass on a strange angle. Two Flames collide. Canadian screwed in. Oh, and Vernon came up. Rebound. Score. No. Wiped out. The net was on the Magnets. I'll bet you. And there's no goal on that play.
Gary Fräser called the goal off quickly.
Awfully moorings. That's the same end of the rink where Gary Fräser made one of his most controversial calls against the Quebec Nordics here 2 years ago in the playoffs when he disallowed a Quebec goal. And they still talk about it up at the Colisée.
Well, he's explaining there to Claude Mouton, the PA announcer, that the goal was called back because the net was off the mooring before it went in. We are going to see whether Mr. Fräser is right or wrong.
Well, there's the poke check right there. Puck comes back out. Ooh. Oh, no, there it is. It's off. No question.
But Montreal's arguing that 34 Mackoun knocked it off all by himself.
Harry, they always argue that.
Look at this. Whoops. That's a tough call. I wouldn't want to have to be out there making that call. pay these referees. Not enough, I don't think.
That was a tough call, let me tell you. It was so close, that puck, whether it was across the line before the net left, the magnet on that left side, so tough to call, and you have to do it if you're a referee like Kerry Fraser right away. And the boss is here watching all the work. John Ziegler.
Scotty Morrison playing center on that line with Brian O'Neill at left wing.
And a minute and 11 seconds left. And the penalty to McCrimmon. There's John Ziegler. Big Stanley Cup luncheon tomorrow here in Montreal.
And here's the goal. Well, that's a tough call. It came off, but there's Fraser, perfect position.
Canadians trying to go in again. Челиос with Keane. It'll go to the far side. Swobota is moving up in a hurry. The Calgary Flames slap it down the ice with 55 seconds left of the penalty. Ludwig is charging up there. Bobby Smith has it. He waits for Naslund. He dropped it back to Челиос. Челиos bringing it out. Ludwig forced him back again. These Flames are doing a super job. Keane without the helmet, and Smith has to go back. Great penalty coming by Calgary. Patterson is on the ice now. In place of Nieuwendyk, who scooted off. And again, the Flames shoot it to center. 20 seconds left of the penalty. It is MacInnis. He shoots one in across the line. Челиос is coming back, and the Canadians can't get near Mike Vernon. They can hardly get in over the line. There's penalty coming by Calgary. Now, up the center with the penalty over. Челиos comes in. Челиos breaks for the net, upended, centered it. Smith is standing in front, but the pass was intercepted. Calgary got it out again. Gilchrist up the center, it got by Carbonneau. He got a piece of it, so no icing. Carbonneau going in there. Flames shoot it down the ice. Again, icing has been waved off. 11:20 left in the period. And a furious pace continues here in period number 2. In it goes. Vernon out of the net. Walter anticipating that move. Got over there. Gilchrist is in. Gilchrist behind the net. He tried to center it. Gilchrist again. And Vernon got his leg out there. He made sure the puck stayed behind the leg line. Outside of the post.
In Canada, every summer, an unusual cultural event takes place. It is called the Long Weekend. It features strange rituals and the clean, cold taste of a genuine Canadian beer. Molson Canadian. What beer's all about.
Well, it's quite obvious the Montreal Canadiens lost first place overall in the first 20 games, not the last 20. Two very consistent teams, very deserving to be here fighting it out for the Stanley Cup.
11:01 left in the second period. 1-1 the score. McPhee scoring for the Canadiens, Mullen for Calgary. Vernon reaching out towards, tipped it on the boards. Ramage trying to play it away. Got it to Gilmor. He couldn't clear it. Richer failed to get a shot. He was checked. Morrison is bumped by Gilmor. Here's Richer getting out front. Maybe shot on the ice and missing. Mullen fell, but Gilmor was there to pick it up. Gilmor put it in across the line. Canadians back to break it up. Crimmin gloved it ahead. Canadians pick it up. Morrison racing in with Ganey and Richer. Morrison trying to beat McCrimmin, centered it. Richer got in there, but Vernon was down. And the puck was rolling away from the Canadian player. Morrison looking back in front, no one there. But here's Robinson. Richer just missed it. He tried to make contact in front of the net. Both teams changing as Desjardins comes behind his own net. 10 minutes left in the second period. 1-1 the score. Series tied at a game each. Here's McPhee picking it up for Montreal. McPhee trying to work to the corner around Murzin. He still has it. McPhee doing great work, centered it, and Court had it go off and stink. Now that is off the magnets again. Cardinal going the other way on the pass, and it just rolled off the blade of his stick.
And Frézer has ordered the face-off outside the blue line, meaning that a Canadian player was responsible for the net being knocked askew. Dana Murzin is a big guy, 6'2", plus. So he and Mike McPhee, Harry, it's strength against strength. The fans here appreciated McPhee's work.
He had the leverage, as you can see. But you have to give Murzin credit for the tenacity. And there, Skrudland knocked McInnes into the net to knock it off. Cause the whistle. Well, the guy on the left is having trouble realizing the guy on the right's the boss stick. How many skirmishes do these two have to have before the coach wins? One reason Montreal's here. Burns won those kind of conflicts all year long.
But this isn't so much a skirmish between those two. There were better ones during the regular season. The skirmishes between some members of the media and Burns. Lemieux doesn't agree with the media. In that particular case anyway. You know, the Calgary Flames don't mind playing hockey at all in Montreal. It's been over 2 years since the Canadiens beat them in this building. This season, the Flames won the only game, 3-1 on January 23rd. Joe Nieuwendyk scored twice. Last year in Montreal, a season ago, the Flames won one and tied the other.
Roberts from center ice played it up. Canadians shooting down there again. Spartnell was speeding in. Here's McPhee, and he couldn't knock it down. Puck bounced over his stick. Roberts picking it up, going in. Took a shot, tipped away by Wall. Mark Hunter on it with Fleri. Fleri picked it up on his skate. Then Roberts gave it to Hunter. He took the shot. That was blocked. Grudland takes it to the side of the net, then directly in front of Patrick Roy before giving it to Chelios. Back to Grudland. He took a hit at the blue line from Natras. Fleri has it. Grudland one in, was upended. Fleri again coming out. Up the center is Lube and going in. Lube gets set. Now he shoots. And that net is off the magnets now. The players keep going for the net now. No problem knocking away. At that time, the Canadians trying to get back to help Patrick Roy. And the defenseman bumped the post, and here's what happened.
After every whistle, Kerry Frézer has to put up with an argument from players on one team or the other. That's a tough way to referee a game.
We're tied at 1 with 8:45 left in the second period.
This is how our engineers conceived the economical new Festiva. Of course, they wanted it to look, well, distinguished. And they wanted it to be spacious. But they also wanted it to be very compact. The very new, very compact Festiva. At Ford and Mercury dealers.
There's Harry Neal's idol from Floral, Saskatchewan.
The guy in the middle, you mean, with nice white hair. What a great player he was. The greatest ever if you equate greatness with longevity of superior play.
Cullen for Calgary Flames. Nieuwendyk takes the puck behind the net, gets it to the line. Rэмëdj drives one. And Nieuwendyk picks it up. Again, it's Lube getting it back. Rэмëdj from the point, fired one in. Lube is on it in a hurry, it's centered. Right in front of the net was McClellan and couldn't hit a good backhander. And the Canadians, relieving the pressure, left it out of the zone and down the ice. McClellan chopped at it. Nieuwendyk going up. He had Lube with him, but didn't get there in time. Naslund takes over. Put it in for Keane. Keane tried to go in, but he was bodied on the play by Ramy. Nieuwendyk coming to center with McClellan. Nieuwendyk shoots on, a glove save by Patrick Roy on that shot from
over as it went off the stick of Nieuwendyk. And Patrick Roy was in one of those positions where his body was maybe not quite where it should be, and he had to reach out as far as he could. The kind of saves we saw Mike Vernon make, about 3 of them in Game 1 in Calgary.
Nieuwendyk makes a nice play there. He looks to McClellan as if he's going to pass it, and then before he looked back, he shot it, but he couldn't catch this guy napping. No naps tonight for Patrick Roy.
No scoring in this second period. McPhee and Mullen exchanging goals in period number 1. Otto gets it back to McInnes. He shoots it. That's off the stick, and it gets into the crowd.
Pushing, shoving, but the team's warmed up before the game. Lanny McDonald was warming up with the Flames and wearing the C, but Lanny is not in uniform tonight. Jim Poplinski has the C on his sweater.
This program is copyrighted and is strictly for the private use of our viewing audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, distribution, or exhibition, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Molson Brewery and the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, is strictly prohibited.
Well, I mentioned that that was a tough decision, Chris, not dressing McDonald, not from a hockey viewpoint, but from a team chemistry viewpoint, because obviously Lanny is one of the big-time leaders on this team. Tough to lead when you're not dressed.
Poplinski on the left for Otto, and Tim Hunter is the right winger. Murzin and McInnes, the defenseman for the Calgary Flames. Morrison of the Canadiens tying Otto up. Walter gets it up. Gainey is the other forward on there for Montreal. Robinson and Desjardins are the defensemen. McInnes looking around. He finds Murzin open. Gives it to him. Tim Hunter didn't see the pass. Through center ice. Canadian player, of course, was picked. Goes right on, and Gainey picks it up and starts back out. Gainey hitting Corson. He's along the boards, going in on goal, and he was knocked off the puck by the goaltender Vernon, who reached out and poked it away. Corson going in to bump Gilmor hard. Robinson, the center, pass ahead for Richer. And that's called in the offside with 6:55 remaining.
Stéphane Richer, who leads his team in game-winning goals with 3 of them, but really hasn't been very noticeable in this playoff round, except the odd dash down the rink. But I think when Stéphane gets a little frustrated at a lack of productivity, he thinks he has to beat all 5 opponents. And I know you can handle the puck, Stéphane, but 5 Flames, it's a tough chore.
And the Flames are checking better tonight. Nobody is really getting a chance to get a hard shot, and that young man, Richer, has one of the heavier shots on the Canadiens. Flames in, stealing it now. McCown winding up, and the shot blocked in front. Patterson keeping it in. Ludwig in the corner. Dumped it on the glass. Gilchrist is standing there, but he can't move it out. Flames keep beating the Canadiens to the puck. Челиос and Mullen bump together. Ludwig now, and Mullen is after him. Flames good forechecking. They keep it in. It's centered. A shot deflected over the net. Carbonneau back against Gilmor. Челиos has to help. Canadiens barely get it out over the line. Gilchrist. Ludwig was up there with him. Челиos takes the pass, backs up. Carbonneau eludes a check and leaves the puck for Gilmor. Gilmor had his stick lifted in time. Now Mullen shoots. Knocked away by Ludwig. Flames shoot it in. Canadiens looking very confused now by the forechecking Calgary Flames. Richer on the ice again. Fleri is bumped by Spurlin. Челиos steals it. He and Richer coming in. And in behind the play, it has been called, and it looks like Spurlin of the Canadiens is getting the only penalty. Calgary on a power play when we're back.
Sooner or later, you need a good rust paint. You know what? Some rust paints won't even tell you who makes them. Scary, right? So a friend of mine owns a store. Tells me Tremclad paints right over rust. No primer, no problems. Says it's #1. Others are cheaper because they don't have the Tremclad formula. But what kind of paint is it? Only Tremclad makes Tremclad. If someone tries to tell you otherwise, buy your rust paint somewhere else.
Bit of a critical time, I would think, for the Canadians right here. As Bob mentioned, they're starting to look very confused. They had a few more chances in this period than in the first when they only had 4 shots. Now Skrudland, bingo, with an elbow. One Saskatchewan player to another. Skrudland's gone for 2. And the Flames, in this 1-1 tie, are a man to the good. In the playoffs, Canadians have not given up. Power play goal. Flames trying to bust that one now. Newendijk comes in, and he missed the net. In great position, but he missed. Walter got as far as the Calgary blue line. Pushed it into the corner. Lube is back. Gainey's the other penalty playing forward. And it's Ryan Walter breaking up the play at center right. Lube circles back. MacInnis starting back out with Lube. Lube had to get rid of it, and Flery moves it up over the line. Centered it. Canadians. Robinson was there to push it back down the ice. MacInnis back. Minute 10 left on the penalty. Here come the Flames. Pass to Gilmor. Up over the line he goes. Put it in front to Otto. Otto stopped by Robinson. Gilmor slides it back. MacInnis waits. Now to Fleury on his skate. Now to MacInnis. MacInnis centered it. They score! Mullen was open for that shot, and it was a beautiful pass by MacInnis. There's the power play goal. How many replays did you see this year of Mario Lemieux doing just that from the circle on the left side? And here it is. The Flames take a 2-1 lead.
That's that cross pass. It's their favorite play, and Montreal has negated it most times, but not this time. And the goalie coming across really has no hope except the hope he gets hit with it. And it's funny how Joe Mullen shot missed goaltenders.
Well, that's his second tonight. 13th of the playoffs. And the 51-goal scorer in the regular season is having a good night here in Game 3. Costly penalty to Struble. 15:35. Time of the goal. MacInnis and Fleury assisting on the goal. Mullen second of the night, and the Flames are leading 2-1. Penalty killing has been terrific in this game. The first power play goal now in this game. Keane is knocked down. Here's going to be a penalty against the Calgary Flames. And the parade to the penalty box continues here in Game 3.
Things in life you just can't forget. This is another. Beeman's.
The captains of their fans' hearts in our second intermission this evening will look at Bob Gainey and Lanny McDonald on the Stanley Cup Journal.
And once again, we have a power play situation, this time the Canadians. As the Flames scored, Mullen at 15:35. Well, the Canadians were shorthanded with a 2-1 lead. Calgary, Челиос with Courtnall. Walter is in front of the net. Here's Courtnall. Gets it at Челиос. Shoots. Kicked away by Vernon. Челиos failed to stop it, and it bounces away from Courtnall down the ice. Courtnall turning in front of the net with Pатterson on there with Newendijk from Calgary. Up comes Courtnall, he foul. Newendijk brings it back in. Newendijk stops just inside the line. And MacInnis trying to shoot one down and hit Walter. Walter is coming in. Walter can't get a shot. He tried to pass it out front to Courtnall. He blocked the pass out for Murzin now. Swobodă got it ahead. Courtnall stopped. And the Flames get rid of it. Down the ice it goes. Up into the center ice area. Bobby Smith. Dropping it back to Челиос. The center is Richer with Smith. That's broken up. 50 seconds left in the power play. Челиос across center ice. Coming up over the line. Челиос going in. Now Richer. Richer can't find room. Челиos up the blue line. With Swobodă. Челиos again. Shoots. They snap at it. Vernon was down. It's centered again. Swobodă. Vernon, a great save. Covering up in time. Richer back to Swobodă, and he mishandled it at the blue line, and it's out over. Челиос, he missed it. 20 seconds left of the penalty. Asmund over center, up over the line, then had it poked away. Smith played it in. It's out again. Lou intercepting. And the play is called. Get a Canadian player on the bench.
Well, Mike Vernon, he likes playing away from the confines of the Saddle Dome by the look of that record. And Dick, you've done a lot of Montreal games over the years. You remember one where the Canadiens had 6 power plays and yet only had 10 shots with 2 minutes left in the second period of an important game.
This is their 6th man advantage. A couple of overlaps there that weren't the full 2 minutes. Bob hasn't been oohing and awing all that much about Vernon tonight. He's getting a lot of help from his friends tonight, Harry. There have been some great defensive plays by Calgary in deep in their zone. A lot of red sweaters. The sea of red haunting the Canadiens. You know, when Montreal started to kill a penalty here, they had Green, Robinson, Gainey, and Walter on the ice. 55 years experience in those 4 players.
Murzin is coming back in his own zone. Put it off the boards, down the ice. That kills the penalty. Rэмëdж is out of the penalty box. Flames lead 2-1. Up for Mike McKee with Gainey. Took the shot. Blocked by Vernon and holds onto it. He's dumped in front of the net by Murzin.
Well, you talk about experience. The Robinson-Gainey combination have enjoyed 11 Stanley Cups between them, and they have never lost a final. The Montreal Canadiens won't seem the same without those 2 guys, if in fact they ever retire.
You better believe it.
Gary Fräzer has called 21 penalties in the game. 11 against Calgary. 10 against Montreal. All minor penalties in this one so far. 1:40 left in the period. 2-1 Calgary with Skrudland against Otto on this faceoff. Skrudland won it, kicked it back, but Desjardins was backing up. It got by him. Gilmor with Pатterson and Mullen. McInnis and Murzin for Calgary. Skrudland coming out. He has McPhee and Gainey with him. Gainey takes the pass. Mishandled it a bit and had to shoot it off to the corner. Skrudland ran into McInnis, stopped by Robinson. Skrudland going after it. McInnis hit him. And now Murzin takes it and dumped it up the line. Gilmor to Patterson. Here's Mullen. Mullen coming in. And the shot spoiled by Desjardins, who got a stick in front of it. Desjardins, Mullen began to push a bit.
Well, Skrudland and Gilmor began to spear a bit, which was a little more dangerous.
You know, you hate to bring this up, but you recall watching the Calgary-Chicago series and the sticks after the whistle and so on, the cheap shots, and now you watch this one, and there have been very few fights. I'm not so sure you should order fights, but perhaps everybody's steam is let off when there's a scrap. And when there isn't, we get this kind of guff going on. And it's been going on now for 2 series. I don't know whether it was true Philadelphia and Montreal, but it sure was the last 2 Calgary played.
Fräzer's at the penalty box right now.
Minute left.
The door had opened on the Calgary side of the box, and somebody's being ordered out of the rink. Murzin, and Maybe somebody else. Could be coincident minors. You have Brian Scrudlin. Okay, so with a minute to go, they've been sent to the dressing room with the penalties. I didn't see Scrudlin involved with Murzin, but I sure saw him involved with Gilmor. The exchange of stabs with the sticks.
I think Terry wants to get Frazer's autograph on that notebook that he makes all those notes on. Frazer's one referee in the league that likes conferences. And this is just an example of what he likes. Some referees, you couldn't get him over to the bench if you had a cold Molson's for him.
Okay, now watch Gilmor and Scrudlin, the two number 39. 1, 2. But that's not why the penalties were called. It was Scrudlin and Murzin. So we're just as baffled as you are, folks, as to what happened. But again, Harry, that's the third or fourth coincident penalty situation that Frazer has called after a whistle has gone. You're right, that stuff's a little too prevalent to me.
Into the final minute now, the second period. And the Canadians come out. Gilchrist takes a pass. Can't find any room at the blue line against MacCown. Челиос moving up with Gilchrist dumping it into the corner. Carbonneau has it, slides it out front. Walter took a backhander that hit a leg, and the Flames clear it down the ice. And back to the net where Челиos is back. Icing had been waved off. Челиos moved it up to Carbonneau to Gilchrist. He mishandled it. Got it back again. Didn't know he had a chance. And MacCown did not see it. McClellan from Calgary. 20 seconds to play in the period. Nieuwendyk is moving up over the line. Dropped it back. Lube. The shot right on. And Waugh makes the save. 10 seconds to play as Gilchrist takes it in center. He just played it up across the Calgary blue line. And at center ice is Mullen. That's the end of period number 2. Mullen getting the only goal, his second of the night. A power play goal for Calgary at 15:35. And the two-period shot total, 20-11 in favor of Calgary. And the score at the end of the second, 2-1 Calgary Flames.
For people or wheelchairs, call Ingram's for information on indoor or outdoor lifts.
You know, I'll bet they have what we need, too.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Does the light in this refrigerator actually stay on after the door's been closed? No, certainly not. Unless, of course, someone has forgotten to turn it off. Ray Patau's Lighting Boutique, a surprising selection of lighting for an appliance store, and vice versa.
Look, up in the air, it's a can of tomato soup.
It's a bottle of ketchup.
No, it's Mr. Tomato from Leamington, the car deal capital of southwestern Ontario. For a super deal and super service, see Peugeot's Leamington Chrysler, Marathon Ford, Jack Kesey Pontiac Buick GMC, Land Mercury Lincoln, McElwain Chevrolet Oldsmobile Cadillac, and Leamington Honda. Follow the man who will lead you to a better deal. Mr. Tomato in Leamington, the car deal capital of southwestern Ontario.
CBC News with Knowlton Nash.
Good evening. Here are some of the stories we're working on for tonight's National. It's already Saturday morning in Beijing, and the mass standoff continues in Tiananmen Square. Throughout the night, some 200,000 students continued to stay in the square, holding it in defiance of the government. The Chinese leaders had set a deadline of 11 a.m. Eastern Time today for the students to leave. They still haven't, and while troops have been called into the area, they haven't tried to move in on the students so far. 8 Palestinians and an Israeli soldier have been killed in a gunfight in the occupied territories. 7 soldiers were injured. The unit commander is in serious condition. Here at home, it certainly wasn't golfing weather in north-central Alberta. A late-season snowstorm caused power blackouts and scores of road accidents. We'll have details on these and other stories later tonight on The National. Now, back to hockey night in Canada.
Al MacInnis's point-scoring streak has now reached 14 games as he sets up Joe Mullen's 12th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Calgary heading Montreal 2-1 after 2 periods of play. Calgary's number 9 is not in uniform this evening, and the number likely won't be on a Flames uniform after Lanny McDonald retires. He and Canadiens captain Bob Gainey are in focus in this edition of the Stanley Cup Journal.
I wish I was 18 again, going where I've never been. But old folks and old oaks standing tall just pretend. I wish I was 18 again.
Il appartient à Guénin. Tiré, c'est le but de Bob Gainey.
Martinez after it on the boards, comes over to McDonald. McDonald out in front, he scores! Dawson point!
Frequently, our most admired sporting heroes are those who have excelled in the twilight of their careers, playing at young men's games. Both Lanny McDonald and Bob Gainey are prime examples, and they share an intense love for the game.
I have enjoyed playing from day one, and I think the minute you lose that enthusiasm, you'll know, and it'll be time to get out of the game. I don't think I'll ever lose that enthusiasm, but I think I'll know also when it's time to leave.
I sometimes catch myself on the bench, and I'm so involved in the game that I have to give myself a shake. I can't believe it after all these years that I still can get in a trance in the game, and we could be playing in the building without anybody there, and it wouldn't affect me.
Despite their attachment to the sport, the past couple of seasons have been difficult for both men. The suggestion of their possible retirement surfaced.
Naturally, it bothers you to a certain extent, but when you make a decision, you have to live with it yourself. And I made that decision, and I'm proud of it. And I think I've probably gotten a lot of satisfaction out of, or more satisfaction out of realizing where we're at, especially at this time of the year, and knowing I've been a part of it.
It depends if you want to grit your teeth and dig in and give it one more try, or whether you're ready to succumb to the feeling. And so I passed through a couple of those situations, and I guess it's just tenacity when you reach those difficult times that you dig in your heels and you give it another shot.
Their pro careers began following the '73 amateur draft, in which they were both high selections in the opening round. Gainey's Canadiens were on course for 4 Stanley Cups. McDonald's Leafs a prime challenger, and when they met, their personal battle was an integral part of the war.
Lanny was always a very rugged player. Fair, but rugged. He's very solid on his skates, never willing to give an inch.
You knew that it was going to be hard-nosed, tough hockey at its best. And like I said before, it was kind of the ultimate challenge.
Otto battling for possession once again. McDonald, he scored! He did it! 500!
The Stanley Cup remains McDonald's innermost desire, as he expressed in '86.
Well, nobody likes to finish second, but I think in this series we got beat by the better team, and my congratulations go to the Montreal Canadiens.
I didn't come back to score 500 goals. I didn't come back to get 1,000 points, although they're very nice milestones to have and no one can take away from you along the way. I came back because I love the game and I wanted to win a Stanley Cup.
On the flip side, Bob Gainey's career has been dominated by success. He upholds the Canadian tradition, like so many of the team's great captains.
I think to be grouped in with people like Cornway, Yvan Cornway, and Henri Richard, and Jean Beliveau, and those people who have had that position in the past is something that I enjoy.
Both men are looking to end their careers on a high note, each understanding the other's desire for the cup.
I would like every player that ever played to be able to have the same experience, but I'd like to get it myself just one more time before somebody else does.
Especially having a chance to get back here after being away for 3 years to the finals, you realize how badly you really want that cup.
Lord, I wish I was 18 again.
Heroes for all ages, Lanny McDonald of the Calgary Flames and Bob Gainey of the Montreal Canadiens. It's the Flames who lead by a score of 2-1 after 2 periods of play here at the Forum in Montreal this evening. Live, this is Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
When your car's original parts start to fall apart, choose Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts. There's only one brand of motor oil that moves fastest off the shelf. Motomaster Motor Oil. In Canada, it outsells Quaker State or Castrol.
Motomaster. Built tough, back tough. Available at Canadian Tire.
Who's next?
Man, you up for it?
Sure.
What are you doing?
I don't believe you.
Thanks.
That's good.
Are you up for it? Are you up for it? 7 Up, 7 Up.
Imagine you had the power to visit yourself in the future.
Wow. Nice boat. We win a lottery or something?
No, we just took some advice from a London Life representative.
But we don't like life insurance.
Freedom 55 is more than life insurance. Here, hold this. A financial program protects the family and the future.
Imagine the freedom of Freedom 55. Talk to a London Life representative.
How's the wife?
Not married yet.
Won't be long.
We started brewing beer for your grandfather's great-grandfather. It seemed to hit the right note. Over the years, tastes have changed, and the taste of our brew has grown better and better. So much so that today, we're Canada's biggest exporter of beer. If that sounds good, it's thanks to you.
Hi, I'm here to tell you about an exciting new lottery called Pick 3. It's different because you get to choose your numbers, how much you want to spend, different types of play, and even how many days you want to play. All this choosing makes it real exciting.
Oh, yeah, Bert? How exciting?
This exciting.
New Pick 3. One of life's more exciting choices.
Bill Barilko was a rock-solid defenseman known more for his brawn than his touch around the net, but it's a Stanley Cup winning goal for which he's best remembered. That story tonight on Ford's Great Moments in Hockey.
This four-door Topaz L, the best-selling Mercury in Canada, is equipped with a long list of features that includes AM/FM stereo and air conditioning for only $10,995. The competition would love to pull the plug on that. So we're also offering 8.9% financing on both 4- and 2-door models. Now that's a deal one shouldn't take lightly.
Arch rivals, the Canadiens and Maple Leafs, met in the 1951 Stanley Cup Final. The last year, Turk Broda appeared in a Leaf uniform. The scene is Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Game 5 of the 51 Final. All 4 of the previous games had been won in overtime, and with the Leafs leading the series 3-1, the stage was set for Bill Barilko and the most famous overtime winner in Leaf history. Tragically, Barilko died the following summer, leaving behind a memory etched in Maple Leaf Gardens history. Great Moments in Hockey is presented by Ford of Canada. Joey Mullen has 2, Mike McPhee 1. Third period action is next as our telecast from the Forum continues in a moment.
We couldn't call ourselves experts if we didn't have Brooks Hydroflow. copper top battery. The one that lasts.
So, you proofed the specs?
About 87 times.
I guess we're ready.
Yeah.
Let's fax it over.
Sure.
In the world of Canadian, we know the power of the entrepreneurial spirit. The same force motivated us to create a network spanning 5 continents, and we're going to continue to grow long into the future, because our world revolves around you.
I think at a certain point you get a little crazy about your car. I mean, I actually like waxing it all the time. I kind of think it makes it run better. Of course, you wonder about these new car finishes. Well, it's sure lucky Armor All Car Wax came along. A car wax that won't hurt the paint.
Armor All Car Wax. We made it safe for any kind of car paint. Because we're crazy about cars, too.
Maybe I'll hit that fender one more time.
When you're getting your cellular phone, you want reliable sales and service. You want Cantel. The only cellular network with a nationwide force of service centers everywhere. Because you're in cellular for the long run, and you don't want service that's here today, gone tomorrow. Call Cantel now for up to 1,200 free minutes.
Hey, Riley, give me a cold Molson Golden. Golden. And a big mess of chips and gravy.
Smooth Molson Golden and the life at Riley's.
Joey Mullen has 5 shots in the game and 2 goals. Montreal's top scorer in the playoffs, Bobby Smith, is looking for his first in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup playoffs here in Montreal. Our series resumes on Sunday evening at the Forum. Game 4 will feature the Flames and Montreal Canadiens, and game time is 7 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time. The Canadiens hosting Calgary. Our coverage on CBC tomorrow evening for the viewers in Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. It's the season finale of Dallas. And Bob Cole, are you lucky you're in Montreal? The rest of the country will join the Tommy Hunter Show. And tomorrow afternoon on Sports Weekend at 3 o'clock, all across the country, it's a decade of excellence as we salute the last 10 years in sport.
Okay, Ron. Big scoop tonight. And here we go into the final 20 minutes of game number 3. The Calgary Flames with a 2-1 lead on the Canadiens, dominating the Canadiens in this hockey game, outshooting them 20-11. Flames have been especially good when they were shorthanded. Челиос starting the play for Montreal, and now Gilmor is in there forechecking. That's another department where the Flames have been superb, forechecking the Canadiens in their own zone. They're doing it again, and the puck is into the crowd.
Well, the Montreal Canadiens have got to get themselves going. 7 of their 12 forwards haven't had a shot on goal, and Guy Carbonneau is doing a pretty good job on Mullen and Gilmor at even strength. And of course, when they're not at even strength, Carbonneau can't do his job of shadowing. Gilmor and Carbonneau are pretty bitter friends. They've still got a football game to do this series.
Челиос goes back to the net. Given no room at all to move out. Mullen was there. Mullen, who has the 2 Calgary goals tonight, giving the Canadiens a problem or 2 until Gainey gets loose. With Челиos to center. Челиos bumped by Natras, got the puck in there though. And Makoun takes over. Coming out is Gilmor. And Gilmor lifts it into the Canadian zone and goes off to the Calgary bench. Walters. Pass to Gainey. Up with Carbonneau. Carbonneau takes it up the line, leaves it for Ludwig. He played it in back of the net for Gainey. Gainey trying to center it does. MacKrimmon covered up. And Green was backing up at the blue line. Ludwig shoots it back in. Here comes Keane. Bumped by MacKrimmon. Calgary Flames. Shooting the puck to center was Newendijk. Canadians shoot it in. No icing, that's been waved off. Swobota stopped it up the line, played it ahead. Naslund passed it. He scores!
gets his first shot. It's a goal. Tie hockey game. The Canadians are lucky it is, but it's 2-2 on the board here. Good play by Naslund.
Oh, a nice pass by Matt Naslund. He saw Smith and he got the puck to him. Smith just had to redirect it. That's goal 10 for Bobby Smith. And maybe that goal will give Montreal Canadiens the shot of adrenaline that they've been looking for 40 minutes.
And you're right, Dick. That was a perfect pass to Smith from Naslund. Vernon was thinking shot all the way. Naslund saw Smith open. 1:36 the sign of that goal. And the game is tied again. Swobota around the net. Dropped it in there for Green. With Green to Cardinal. Long pass to McPhee. McPhee trying to go in. McPhee got his stick out for it, but he was knocked off balance. Calgary back up the ice. Roberts and Flery with Hunter. Hunter! And he was stopped by Waugh. That was a big save. Hunter right in the slot. Drilling it for the far side. And Waugh, who's been perfect covering angles, is out covering that one. A big save that was by Patrick Waugh, the Montreal Canadiens. Now Sweden. He shoots it from center ice. Cardinal trying to go in on McCrimmon. McCrimmon knocks it away for Otto. Otto coming out with a pass for Tim Hunter. Hunter up over the line. And Waugh out of the net. Cleared it on the board. Gilchrist with Desjardins. The pass on a skate back to Gilchrist. Gilchrist hooked it off to the corner. Desjardins back there. Richer stopped McCrimmon. Corson on with the brakes to shovel it ahead. Corson again looking for it. Richer stole it. Couldn't make a play though. Remmings had it covered. Canadians seem to have turned it up a notch now. Near center ice. Gilmor coming in. Gilmor dropped it. And it's Corson just missing it outside the line. Desjardins to Robinson. Robinson quick with a pass to Gilchrist to Corson offside. At the Calgary blue line, Corson just in behind Gilchrist. This game is coming to you from Montreal.
I'm Ken Knapp of Ken Knapp Ford in beautiful downtown Essex. We take great pride in our competitive low lease prices. Because of our low overhead, we can usually beat anybody's price on a lease. Not only on Ford products, but any other make of vehicle. We give you more car for less money because we're a member of the Ford Authorized Leasing System. See for yourself. Take the short drive to Ken Knapp Ford in beautiful downtown Essex.
Saving you money.
Well, after the Canadiens' goal, the big play was Patrick Waugh on an ex-Canadian, Mark Hunter, in only his 7th playoff game this year. Oh, boy. Swobota had been caught up ice, and Courtnall was trying to play defense, which proved that he's much better as a forward, and it gave the opening to Hunter.
Челиos getting a little room against Pатterson, moved it up behind the net. Walter is in there. He was stopped. Patterson going after it. Челиos after. Oh, and Walter went into Patterson with a hard hit. Gilmor comes to center. Whipped the pass into Patterson. Here's Mullen. Lets one drive, and Waugh snares that. And the play is called.
There's poor carrying pass by Chris Челиos almost cost the Canadiens.
Three years ago in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, the Flames opened the scoring at the Forum on a goal by Joey Mullen, who has a pair of goals tonight. Mullen enjoys playing at the Forum, but so does Captain Bob Gainey of the Canadiens, who led Montreal back in Game 3 years ago. He scored what proved to be the game winner. At the time, it gave Montreal a 4-2 lead. They won the game 5-3 to take a 2-1 lead in the series on their way to a Stanley Cup victory.
This series is tied at 1. And we're in Game 3. And we're in the third period, tied at 2. At the 4-minute mark. Canadian. Swobota behind the net. McCollum giving chase. Green misses it. Loop for McCollum, who's thumped by Carbonell. McCollum got his skate on it, hooked it away. Carbonell stopped it again. McClellan still fighting to move it. Carbonneau remains on top of him. Now loose for Calgary. Carbonneau trying to get away from McClellan now. Nieuwendyk is on the puck. And so is Keane to get it out to Smith. Smith lost his stick. He was checked by Nieuwendyk, but picked the puck inside the line. Okinloo brings it out with a rink-wide pass up to Murzin. Murzin coming in. Murzin on an angle, hit the side of the net. And the Canadians quickly cover up. Robinson down. Coming out. Robinson's pass. Loft to the head to Naslund. That's broken up. Desjardins now decides to lug it in. Cut it up across the line. McKinnon trying to move it out. McKinnon's pass is too far for Fleury. Here's Roberts though. Roberts in with Hunter again. Raw down. Rebound. Raw still down. Stop by McKrimmon. Scramble in front of the net. And Raw down on all fours. He can't find it. And the Keane is on the puck. Bad scramble in front of Patrick Waugh by the Calgary Flames.
Our engineers were wondering how many limousines would fit inside our very spacious Festiva. After a valiant effort, they found the answer. The very spacious Festiva. At Ford and Mercury dealers.
Fleury is going to show you in a second here how big he is once the game starts. Look at the shot he gives the elder statesman, Larry Robinson. And here's the shot that nearly put the Flames ahead. Hunter, who's been a factor, replacing Lanny McDonald. He missed 12 straight games with a broken hand. He cannot feel in great game shape, but he's been obviously a good move by Terry Chris to get him in the lineup.
Mark Hunter, a former Canadian Harry, scored his first NHL goal on his first NHL ship for Montreal in a game against the Hartford Whalers. Since then, he's grown a beard, among other things.
Strudlin will square off against Fleury on this face-off in the Canadian zone. McPhee pushed back by linesman Collins from the other side. That stalled Scapinello from dropping it in. Now it's in. Hunter gets another chance, but he looked the wrong way. And it's out over the line. Canadians, Челиос. Cardinal misses a chance to move out. Hunter goes in behind the net. Mark Hunter sweeping from the corner. Now he's dumped by Ludwig. And the Canadians get three players racing away. Strudlin and McPhee with Cardinal. Rebound! And Vernon is sensational on two chances for the Canadians.
You want to see a 3-on-2 executed perfectly. That one by the Montreal Canadiens was. But Vernon, with an emergency heroic save on Brian Strudlin, prevented the Canadiens from going ahead.
Two best goaltenders in hockey this year are showing us why here in this third period. Big save there. The first stop off Cardinal and the scramble to make the save on the rebound.
What speed though, Harry, on that rush.
And Strudlin makes the play here by going to the net. That forces the left defenseman to go with him, and Cardinal gets the chance. It wasn't Strudlin that missed it. It was McPhee, but it was the same old Vernon that stopped it.
Cardinal just came out of nowhere to join in on that rush. And he found the hole, and he got the perfect pass. Watch the shot, and Vernon the save. Great save.
He made a great calculated stop there, and he dove for the puck to prevent it from going in off McPhee's stick. And Montreal has come to life a little bit. You can't give a good team second and third life. When Calgary did it and lost game 2, they haven't won this one yet.
Richey on the boards when the puck goes to the far side. Челиос, shot missing. Otto lost it to Richey. Richey gets in there. Can't shoot it. Челиos does, and he just missed. Out for Tim Hunter gets rid of it in center ice. Slides in for Ludwig. Papinski is in there bumping with him. Papinski picks the puck loose, gets it out front. McCown from the blue line, the shot. Scramble in front again, raw down. And the Canadians get it away from the danger area. Up for Richer. He gets to center with Corson. Richer dropped it back. Corson is stopped by Netflix. Papinski bumped by Gilchrist to into the ice. Richer behind the net. Gilchrist getting out front. Gilchrist all the way to the blue line with it. Put it up to the corner. And Richer was going off. Corson is there. Corson takes a shot. A weak one missing. Here is Walter to keep it in. Canadians have the heat on a bit now. Until Gilmor intercepts and comes away with a play to center. Pатterson's long shot, the rebound, and Gilmor takes it. Has to near the line. Walter comes out. He gets rid of it. Murzin takes over. At the 8-minute mark of the third, and a 2-2 tie. Gainey to center is Carbonell. Carbonell coming in on McInnis, and McInnis floors him before he could make a play. Murzin back out for Calgary. Murzin shoots it from center ice. Canadians come back. Mullen was in there to touch it. And it's Green hopping into the corner. Here comes McClellan. He hit Green. Carbonell lost it. McClellan again going after Green with a stick check in the corner. McClellan working hard on this shift. Now gets one back from Green. Mullen went around the net. Gainey takes a look, goes up the boards with it. It's out over the line. Guinness ripped it in. Offside is called at the Montreal blue line.
Take me back where I belong. Take me where it's safe and warm.
No matter what kind of weather the world throws your way, your local Goodyear retailer has a wide range of tires specially designed to take you into it, take you through it, and take you home.
Take me home, Goodyear, take me home. Never matters how far I go, Goodyear, take me home.
We again bring you our ever-popular feature, This Date in History. And for you folks out in Edmonton, what a date it was. 5 years ago this night, the Islanders and the Oilers, with Edmonton winning the first Stanley Cup. First of 4 in the last 5 years.
Rэмëdж and MacCrimmon get together to play the puck in the zone. Here comes Hokenlube to pick it up. He slides it around the net. McClellan kept it in. Robinson picks it up. Up for Naslund. He couldn't handle it. Rэмëdj, center ice, drives it back in again. Robinson fell back in the net. McClellan went in there. Lube was in front for a second open. Now Lube goes over to help. Gets it out to MacCrimmon. His shot is tipped and wide. Naslund. Nieuwendyk falls. And the play goes offside again.
Harry, the aggressiveness of the Flames, especially defensively in both ends of the ring, has forced the Canadians into as many turnovers as I've seen in any game this year in the playoffs.
And they have, as a defense core, perhaps as good as any at making the quick play when they've been heavily forechecked and sometimes trapping the whole line. But I'm sure they think the Flames have about 5 forwards out there, and every Calgary Flame is finishing his check physically. From the biggest, McClellan, to the smallest Fleury.
On the face-off, Screwland puts it in for Mike McPhee, and a good play by Netflix. McPhee is on it again. And Fleury was there. Start the Flames back. Robinson picked off a pass at his own line. Then Mark Hunter shoots it out behind the net. Goes in after Robinson, and he ran into Desjardins. Roberts is dumped at center by Courtnall. Mark Hunter charging back in for Calgary. Dropped it to Fleury. Fleury's shot. Rebound, and Waugh has it. He got his glove down with Roberts coming in. And the goaltender held it. The Flames keep charging at the Montreal net. They're coming close.
It's ever so tough being ranked #1 and not being ranked. What assists me is the maximum protection an aromatically airy sense
A right guard sports stick from Gillette. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Wow, I feel good.
There's a whole line of Gillette Foamy to give your special skin more shaving comfort. In an advanced moisturizing formula, sensitive skin formula, and cooling menthol. All to keep your face feeling good.
So good.
Rick Natras, whose performance has far exceeded any level of play I thought he could come up with. And here's an example of what we're talking about. He looks like he's beaten, but he moves those feet that are sometimes heavy quick enough for a diving poke check to save a possible goal.
Otto comes in there against Carbonneau of the Canadiens. And it is Otto winning the draw. It's intercepted at the line by Gainey, though. He got it out, gave it away. Otto turning back in. Otto shoots. That's deflected by Ludwig. And that gets up into the crowd.
And there's Mr. Gainey, one of the seasoned veterans of this team. And he's played a lot of hockey since his return from 2 injuries this year, Dick. It must be tough on the old fellow to get the bod in the kind of shape he'd like to get it in when he gets knocked out of the lineup for as long as he did twice. Once with a broken foot, which means that you can't do anything in the way of skating.
In the league and playoff this year, he's missed 36 games. You know, Harry, that 1 game is worth 3 or 4 practices when it comes to conditioning.
Oh, absolutely. For a player like Gainey, to get in the groove and stay in it is the key to a good year.
Face off just inside the Montreal line. Kick back for Ludwig. Front of the net is Челиос. To the line. Челиos trying to work it in there. He does. Челиos is not flying. He was grabbed and hauled to the ice, and the fans don't like that. They go straight on, and here's a chance for Челиos. Gilchrist is upended in front of the net before shooting it. In the center ice zone, Челиos takes another hit from Tim Hunter. Gilchrist picks it up and goes in for Montreal. He's pushed off the puck at the blue line by Dick Murrison. Lipinski takes over. In his own zone, there's a penalty called now.
I think they're both going. Patterson and MacInnis.
Parson's going to get it for charging and MacInnis for high sticking.
Corson and MacInnis are talking it up in the penalty box area from a rather safe distance, and Pat Burns says, come on, guys.
What's next, he said.
Well, what he's saying is this what the Stanley Cup Finals are really like?
Corson. 2 minutes for cross-checking. And high sticking against MacInnis. Puck down in the Calgary zone. 2-2, 9:30 left in the 3rd period. Mason call against the Montreal Canadiens.
We designed the new Festiva so you can personalize it any way you like, for no extra cost. But we couldn't agree which way was best. So we agreed to leave it up to you. At Ford and Mercury dealers.
Bob Cole with Dick Irvin, Harry Neal, Ron McLean and Don Cherry at the Forum in Montreal. In the third period, with 9:25 left, and the Flames playing it back to Ramic, who shoots it wide. Or tied at 2, and the Canadians just tip it out. Flames brought it back in quickly, and that was offside.
Well, you know, the Stanley Cup luncheon is here in Montreal tomorrow. We know that Mario Tremblay and Dick Irvin are going to be the masters of ceremonies, that John Ziegler is going to speak. But who's going to referee this lunch tomorrow? Because I can't imagine these two teams enjoying sitting in one room together for about 2 hours. That'll be your job to entertain them, Dick.
One credit you missed. You're writing my material. You didn't know that. Smith, Naslund, Keane for Canadians. Lube, Nieuwendyk, McClellan for Calgary. Naslund shoots it into the Calgary zone. Vernon stepping behind the net. He saw Lube open. Gave it to him. Then stopped. Naslund just missed getting hit by Nieuwendyk. Pass up for McClellan, who shoots it into the Canadian zone. Wong out of the net. Nieuwendyk went in there. Lube gives it to Nieuwendyk. He's out front of the net. And he couldn't get a shot. Just waltzed right out in front. Lube kicks it loose. Green leads it in behind the net. Naslund is going to lead this attack for Montreal. Coming to center with Smith on his left. Now he goes to the far side and in. Makoun got back to take over. Get up to center ice. Robinson slapped it back in. And the Canadians, on with the Flames, make change. Lube just missed the pass, but no ice. So Waugh comes out. There goes Fleri. Up there in time. Naslund's pass up for the middle. Tanks for Sturlin going in. Shoots a high one and missed the net. Cardinals set him up. Robinson couldn't keep it in. Big B played it to Sturlin. Cardinal is on the move again. Got away from Ramic and lost possession of the puck. High pass up through the middle. Robinson was back there. Again, it's Desjardins. Put it up and Fleury sent it right back into the Montreal zone. 7:40 to play in the third. In a 2-2 tie. Robinson takes Skurlin's pass to Desjardins. He's looking around for room. Gets to center and shoots it in. And the two Canadian defensemen go off on a chain. Otto. Put it up to center. Chelios is back there with Ludwig. Chelios showing signs he wants to stick with it. And Chelios has to come back to his own zone. Now to Ludwig. Back to Chelios. Chelios now coming out. Nearly ran into McPhee. Gilmor stole it. Got it back. Shot. Raw down. Safe. Score! Gilmor!
Gets his stick on the puck and backhands it into the net. There's the coach whose goal the puck went in. Gilmor looked like he was taken in front of the net after the hard shot from 40 feet out. Chelios gives it up right here as he overskates it.
Chelios overskated it and mishandled it about 3 times before the Flames finally got possession. And Ludwig was unable to contain Gilmor at the goal crease. Big, big goal. The Flames lead it 3-2. There's the Chelios problem right there. Gilmor started it by knocking it free, and he finished it by knocking it into the net. Right there.
Quick stick, quick hands, and perseverance got that goal for Doug Gilmor. The Flames a lead with 6:58 left. A hard-played hockey game with the bitterness level for both teams is the highest it's been in the series.
13:02, the time of the go-ahead goal by Gilmor of Calgary. Good effort by Gilmor. He just kept fighting for it at the side of the goal. And he and the Flames were rewarded. Svobada. All the way back with Green. McClellan forechecking along with Hokenlube. Green gets it up to Naslund. He can't handle it cleanly. Now he is checked. The Flames will stay even closer to the Montreal Canadiens now. They've played a fine checking game. It'll get tougher for Montreal.
Ну почему столько шума?
Not very long ago, the Soviet Union got its first taste of Pepsi. And while it may be just a coincidence, a lot of refreshing changes have been taking place ever since. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Юрочка, не бери в голову.
There's the time remaining. And your score, the Calgary Flames here in Game 3 with a 1-goal lead. Gilmor from Tim Hunter at 13:02 is the scoring play. And McPhee coming to center, trying to shoot it in. McInnes got back. He's turning around in his own zone. Rightful to pass to Mark Hunter. And he put a shot in. Wide of the goal. It bounces on the back of the net. Roberts was in there. Green covered him. Mark Hunter went in there. Help. Svoboda for McPhee. Coming to center, and here's Ford. Nobody missed him with that long pass. Back is Fleri. Cleveland going after him. Robinson takes it at his own line, gives it to Desjardins. Coming out. Desjardins over center, decides to try and go in. He's flattened by McInnes. Robinson for Cordell had to knock it down with his glove and then shot it in. He goes off for the Canadiens bench. Keane hops on. Center, Opensky, the Flames making changes now to send the Canadiens back. A little over 5 minutes left in the third period. Calgary has a 1-goal lead on the Gilmor goal at 13:02, and he's on the ice again. Keane in his own zone has to go up along the boards, got to center ice, hit McCrimmon, and he played a high one in. Robinson there, out to Naslund. He gave it to Челиос. Челиos back to Naslund. Naslund along the boards. He is bumped. Robinson up on it. Robinson tried to center it. Into the corner, fighting for it, and Gilmor lifts one down the ice, Mullen racing in, and here's Patrick Waugh. Waugh made a good play. Put it around Mullen and then cleared it away.
Patrick Waugh gave you a good illustration, you goaltenders that might be watching, is you have to learn to skate to be a good goalie. Not usually that far or that quickly, but he is one of the better skaters among the goaltenders in the National League.
Well, over the last 50 years, boy, our researchers are really going back, aren't they?
Well, we're by the first category.
That's right.
I think we're going to be well into those last two before this baby's finished.
Tell you one thing about history, if you will. I was kind of wondering about overtime before Gilmor's goal. Of course, we could still have it. In the 1980s, in the Stanley Cup Final Series, there have only been 4 games that have gone into overtime. The last one, May 20th, 1987, when the Oilers beat the Flyers 3-2 on a goal by Yari Curry. Well, the Canadiens president and boss man, Ronald Corey, right behind his team's bench. No one gets more emotionally involved in a game than he does. And his team's in tough right here, the way the Flames have played defensively. 4:25 left in the third. Челиос having a tough time handling it now. Shoots it as he picked it up again, and here's Patterson in there in a hurry. He's trying to center it, the Flames. Nakras intercepted. Tried to hit Lou with a pass. Richer fires one back in. Nakras takes it, lost it. Patterson shot, picked out. Down goes Vernon, and it's short, straight away. Glove out near the line. Canadiens pick it up. So the play continues. Ludwig got trapped, though. Richer turns at center ice, coming back in, lets it fly, and that'll go high into the crowd. An easy deflection at the Calgary blue line.
Well, it's obvious that Kerry Fräzer has changed his strategy for the third period, as he's called hardly anything, and in the first two called more penalties than there actually were. Stéphane Richer had a long shot there, but it was deflected up into the crowd.
What the Flames would like to do, Harry, is draw the Canadiens into something you mentioned the other night,
in game one into the individualistic type of play. We saw Richer try to maneuver here a minute ago. That's not the Canadian style. The Flames know it. If they can get them off their game, of course, it's big.
I guarantee you the two coaches, Watt and Crisp, are going over their lineup for the goalie out minute that may occur in this game to make sure they're both on the same page as far as who's going to finish this game for the Flames.
3:42 left. Calgary, the go-ahead goal at 13:02. Doug Gilmor. Swobodă comes back. He and Green are the Canadian defensemen. Otto on the ice with Mark Hunter and Roberts. The forwards for Calgary. It'll be Swobodă starting up the center with Portnoy. He's up over the line, trying to go in. And it's broken up by Roberts and cleared. Swobodă back to Skoglund. He dropped it back. McPhee takes a pass, whipped it in there for Skoglund. Skoglund didn't know he had a chance. Mercer missed it. Portnoy on the board. He backed up a bit. Got away from a check from Gilmor. And the play is stopped.
And it's agitation time again. The Flames got the needle out and in. And it seems to be working.
Mike McPhee, who's an underrated hockey player in the National Hockey League. I don't think there's any question about that. He's Mr. Consistency, if there ever was one. His points in the last 5 seasons, 39, 40, 39, 43, 41. So you know what you're getting from McPhee the minute he puts his foot in the dressing room at training camp. And only a coach knows how great it is to have a few of those kind of fellows.
Well, a minute and a half into this game, he put the puck in the net. This place went bananas, but from then on, give or take a few moments, this has been a Flames game. They're out shooting the Canadians almost double, 29-15.
He knocks the puck into the corner. Rэмëdж goes in to cover him. Smith got it loose, centered it. It's out near the line and over it. Swobodă had charged in. All the Canadians were in close to the net on that last play. Swobodă now shoots it from center, and Smith is hopping in. Here comes Rэмëdж. He bumps Smith. And icing is called against Montreal.
That's a good effort by Rэмëdj to cut Smith off, who had a head start on him, and then reach out and touch the puck. And that hustle by Rэмëdj will be rewarding the Calgary Flames with the 200-foot advantage. With 2:40 to go, that's a lot of feet.
Well, the goal went in, the Gilmor go-ahead goal with 6:58 left. Since then, the Flames have held the Canadians to just one shot on goal. And the Canadians getting back a bit of their own, because that's what they did to teams like the Whalers and the Bruins and the Flyers, and beating them in close one-goal games. Coming into the final, and they're running into that sort of a defense from Calgary right now.
Well, do you think Montreal has skated the way they usually have this season?
Well, no, but I give the Flames a lot of credit. I mean, the Flames have been a half step ahead of the Canadians pretty well all night, and you can just tell they've set the tempo. I mean, it has them back on their heels.
I wonder if that all-night charter is in the middle of the muscles of the legs of the Canadian players.
Canadians on the draw. Smith moving on it. Nieuwendyk trying to stop them, and the puck goes flying over the boards on the Canadians bench. 3-2 Calgary, game on. 4-2 Montreal and game 2. 2:32 left in regulation time here in game 3. And Nieuwendyk and the Flames are up by a goal, 3-2.
No shootouts in this final, Harry, so far anyway.
The games have been as close as the standings were between these two teams. 117 points for Calgary, 115 for Montreal.
Canadians controlling on the face-off. Nasmith backing up against Lube. He had to drop it. Desjardins played it out to Smith. He has to go back. Robinson circles. Lost control of it. Desjardins back there. Flames forechecking has been terrific in this game. Up the center now. Puck by Smith. Got it in across the Calgary line. MacInnis is back. Lube will take a slap out of Nasmith. Stopped it. Let her go. That was going wide. Vernon taking no chance. He's got his glove on it anyway. Lube again. Lifts one to the line. 1:50 left. And the Flames want to make changes, so they send it down the ice. Ice icing is going to be called against Calgary with 1:45 left.
Jamie McCown's a little upset with himself that he iced that puck. He had more room than he thought he did, but he didn't realize it till after he dumped it down the ice. He tried to take a little off it, but couldn't. Matt Burns is now giving some last-minute instructions. He's going to get one shift probably before the shift comes that he'll lift Patrick Waugh. There goes the message, Scrubland taking it to Patrick Waugh. If after the minute to go mark comes on the clock and there's no whistle and the puck's in their end, I'm sure they're telling Patrick to give us another demonstration of that skating ability and get to the bench in a big hurry.
Flames giving another demonstration that they could win on the road in the playoffs going into this game tonight. They had played away from Calgary 7 times, winning 5 and losing 2. And they're a minute 45 away from winning 6 and losing 2. Otto on the face-off for the Flames. Scrubland for the Canadiens. Cardinal, McPhee, Swoboda, Челиос inside the line. Flames can't get it out. Now they get another chance and they knock it to center ice. Челиos shoots it in as he looks around at the line. Everybody was out. It's played to the line. Челиos put it in front of the net. McCrimmon there. Челиos kept it in again. But now Calgary Flames clear it out. It hit Pатterson with 1:20 left. Swoboda forced back by Patterson. 1:15 left. And the Canadiens move it in this time. You can bet Patrick Waugh will lead the net. There he goes as Cardinal plays it in. It's out over the line. Empty net chance for Mullen. And he missed the goal. 1 minute left. Canadiens trying to move it in. The net is empty. Mullen played one over the line again. Cardinal turning to Robinson. Now they'll move it in. Scrubland and Naslund. Here's Scrubland. 45 seconds left. It comes near the line. The Canadiens shooting. Score! Score! Naslund! Wing and Ludwig has to back up. MacInnis tries a shot. A high one on the glass. Canadiens get it out. Carbonell is going up after it. He's checked by Lou. 8 seconds left. Ludwig handles it, plays it to center. And here's MacInnis. Last shot, overtime, coming up.
The Montreal Canadiens are running to their dressing room. They're pumped. Terry Crisp and his coaching staff has a big job. He has to reconvince his team that they've been the better team tonight, but they have to prove it one more time.
Got it going at 1:32 of the first, unassisted. Mullen, his first of 2 at 17-15. And 13-4 were the shots on goal in favor of Calgary. Nothing changed in that department in the second period, except Mullen got his second on a power play at 15:35 from MacInnis and Fleri. Then the third. Smith at 1:36 from Naslund and Swoboda. Gilmor at 13:08. It looked like that was it. for the Canadiens. But with the net empty, Matt Snaslin drifted one from inside the blue line at 19-19. And we're going to overtime. The final shots over 3 periods, 29-17 in favor of the Calgary Flames. Overtime coming up. Our Stanley Cup playoff coverage continues in a moment.
Yeah, when it hits 50, sell 10,000.
With a Radio Shack cellular phone, you're in business all the time.
I'll have a firm offer in your hands in 20 minutes. Yeah.
The drywall's coming in tomorrow. Hey.
I'm running late. Can you pick up the kids?
The CT100 mobile phone is on sale now for only $899, including a glass mount antenna and 12 months of Cantel's mobile.
Green back. Gainey on the board. Right there on Gainey is Mullen. Gainey holds it with his skate. Gets it loose. Tries to skate away from Mullen and does. To Green. Up to Walter. Walter through the middle. High pass. Carbonneau couldn't knock it down. McInnis played it back up to the Montreal zone. Robinson cleared it quickly. McInnis shoots it in again. Walter comes back. Trying to get out. He was knocked to the ice by Mullen. Mullen and Gilmore on top of the play. McClellan comes in with a shot that Robinson blocked. He strides in behind the net and poked it loose for Gainey. Gainey's rink-wide pass too far for Walter. Canadians make changes quickly with McClellan picking it up at his own line. Up for Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk bumping with Bobby Smith. Here's Rэмëdj from center. He shoots it in. Robinson picking it up again for Keane. He couldn't handle the pass. McCrimmin put it onto the stick for Green up the center. Takes a long shot. Vernon gloved that. And now he juggles it, drops it loose for Rэмëdj. McClellan along the boards. Scoop one to center. Челиos went off stride. And he fired one too high near the Canadian bench.
Our research department has updated us. The goal scorers in the finals in the 1980s, so this is the last time the finals will take place in the 80s, have been Dennis Potvin and Bob Nystrom of the New York Islanders, both in 1980, Brian Scruton of the Canadiens in 1986, and Yari Curry of the Oilers in 87. Terry Crisp and Pat Burns now coaching in the first final OT in 89.
You forgot one I can't forget, Mike Bossy in 82.
Oh, sorry about that. Overtime or is that the end of the game?
Overtime.
Oh, that's right.
1 second to go in the first over.
Our research.
McCrimmin fires one in on the boards. Roberts goes in to pick it up, and Cardinal was there and he's out. Cardinal breaking it on McCrimmin. Shooting! And he threw it right up the net, and Vernon made no mistake. Calgary Flames swing back. Coming in is Otto, and his shot is blocked by Ludwig. Roberts sticking it out. A chance for Rэмëdj now. He had to play it off to the corner. Strudling turns, can't get it out, but it is McPhee coming in. McPhee's shot broke his stick, and that fooled Vernon for a second. The puck was high, and the stick was along the ice. Swobota back in there, takes the shot, not flying. Here's Cardinal turning around, centered it. It's knocked away. Swobota played it in. Cardinal couldn't handle that hot pass. Cardinal speeding near the line, dropping it back. Green feeds it in. Carbonneau looking around, shoots, scramble, and Vernon is right there for Calgary. But the Canadiens were really buzzing inside that blue line.
Now the Vancouver Canucks are looking in. They'll be saying to the Canadiens, look out for that little so-and-so in the nets for Calgary. He did it to us in Game 7, and he's off to a good start here in Game 3 in this one.
He has to make the save as he's being pulled over by his own defenseman. He was fortunate, but he's been good all night.
Cardinal had a big shift for the Canadiens over the last 60 seconds, and Vernon was brilliant on that last scoring attempt by Montreal.
You never win the Stanley Cup without great goaltending, and both these goalies are making it clear that they intend to supply their team with the great goaltending that's needed to win.
Carbonneau skates back into position, Ryan Walter, and it is going to be Gilmore for the Calgary Flames. Walter against Gilmore. Gilmor winning the faceoff perfectly. Gets it up to Patterson. He slides it in. Mullen breaking for the net. And Mullen had it knocked away at the last second. Bob Gainey's pass comes up the center to Swobodă. And Jamie McCown has nailed Swobodă to the ice. A hard check. Down, stopped by Carbonneau, played it in for Gainey. MacInnis was there. The Calgary Flames, 3 of them skate up, led by Mullen. Mullen comes in, faked the shot. Now he puts it over in front, and Челиос was back. Out in front of his own net. He's away. Челиos picking a hole down that far side. He's right in there. And again, Vernon makes a big save on a brilliant rush by Chris Челиos.
Well, the rush by Chris Челиос was spectacular, but the trip to the bench by Swobodă after he was hit by Makoun was a great display of guts because he didn't know where he was going. But look at this rush by this talented, I think, Norris Trophy winner this quarter.
The 5th shot the Canadians take on Vernon. And when the whistle goes here, they play 3:22, 5-0 are the shots in favor of Montreal. It's been the Mike Vernon show in overtime so far. And here's that hit by McCown, a terrific check, good check by Jamie McCown on Peter Swobodă. Otto on there for Calgary against Smith. Montreal face off in the way to Vernon, who's been busy all of a sudden. Robinson plays it in. Desjardins couldn't move on it. Gilmor was there, ready to speed away. Now Patterson, Otto, and Gilmor come out to center. Otto shoots it up over the line, and the Flames are going to make changes. Desjardins around his own net. Up for Bobby Smith, and he's not given any room. Desjardins shoots it in there. Abramovich touches it. It'll be icing. He missed it. Morrison was on it. And the Flames dump it out of the zone. Robinson has to get back in a hurry. Robinson coming down the right side. Robinson, the veteran, barging in. Look at him go. Robinson centered it. Bobby Smith picked it up. Smith tried to knock it out front. He did. Naslund now takes the shot. It's blocked. Canadians, terrific pressure here in overtime. Newendijk back in for Calgary. He can't get by Desjardins. He's coming back out. But Ludwig got his pass. He was stopped during 5 minutes of overtime. What a terrific pace to this hockey game. The moment they drop the puck, 7:30 tonight.
Well, if you believe in momentum, the team that scores with the goalie out has to come out of the dressing room alive mentally. The other team comes out doubting what they have to do to win. And this guy, Terry Chris, knows his team deserved to win in regulation play, so that doesn't help you a bit once you get to overtime.
One of the best plays with Joe Newendijk here a minute ago. Excellent defensive play, but the Flames haven't come close to, I think, almost even directing a shot at Patrick Roy.
Watch this change on the fly. Scotty Bowman always says if teams change on the fly crisply, they're in the game. I wonder what he thought about that one.
Fleri with Roberts. And Mark Hunter for Calgary. Strudel, McPhee, and Richer for the Canadians. Strudel pushed off again. Richer will step to the other side, and McPhee is going to take the face-off. Fleury won it cleanly. McInnis shoots one in on the net. Waugh was ready for that. Челиос back of the goal, starting out. Mark Hunter watching him. Richer takes the pass. Richer coming in with it. Strudel to Richer. He can't reach it. McCown was there. And the Flames break it up. Don't clear it. Strudel knocked it down. Calgary stopped by Strudel again. But he fell now. And the Flames play it down the ice. Down with McInnis. Mark Hunter stopped, but here's Fleury. Gets it up to Roberts. That's broken up at the line. And Richer is turning again. Richer trying to stick handle through. Shoots it from center ice, and it goes into the corner. Strudel in there, being roughed up a little bit. Roberts trying to get the puck loose off the boards. Here's Gainey. Gainey gets a shot away and missed. Swobodă on the ice again, kept it in. Back of the net. Walter and Gainey. Gainey up with it, centered it. Carbonneau takes it behind the net, push it in front again. The Canadiens keep that pressure on. Walter missed it, and the Flames just shoot it off the boards and get it out. It's coming back in. Swobodă shoots it in there. Tim Hunter watching Roberts play it. He dumped it to center ice, and Swobodă again. Amazing how the game is turned around in favor of the Canadiens. Naslund is going in now. Centered it. Keane put Rachel Naslund take the shot. Keane goes into the corner and is stopped by Poplinski. Calgary, territorial advantage over 3 periods. Now they're moving up. The Canadiens have had great chances here in overtime. Keane battling to get it out. He will move it out with Smith and Naslund. Robinson on the play. Naslund coming in. High shot on the glass, and Poplinski has it in the corner. Keane ran into Big Poplinski. Knocking the puck loose. Keane going after it. Murrison is there. Morrison dropped it on the board. Takes a shot. Bobby Smith behind the net. Smith trying to center it. Looking around. He dumped it over in front of the goal. Morrison is covered, and the Flames get it out. Robinson turns at his own blue line. Leaves it for Cardinals, winding up. He just fired at the center. Morrison coming in there now, but the play is whistled offside. 7 minutes and 10 seconds of action.
It never ceases to amaze me, Harry, where the lakes suddenly arrive, the lakes suddenly disappear after a fashion. We're seeing that here now. No score in overtime. Still anybody's game, but boy, it's been all Montreal as it was all Calgary for most of the night regulation.
Well, mental. It's mental. Calgary are, I think, feeling slightly sorry for themselves that they didn't win in regulation as they deserved to. Montreal's like a shark with a little scent of some blood, and now they're after the wounded fish, the Calgary Flames.
Gilmor, Pатterson, and Mullen on the ice for Calgary against Carbonneau, Gainey, and Walter for Montreal. MacCrimmon, the defenseman, feeds one into the zone. There goes Gilmor. He centered it. And the Canadiens get it out. McCown stops it near center. Челиос played it ahead to Carbonneau. Carbonneau worked it in with Walter moving for the net. Backhand shot kicked out. And Patterson clears the zone for Calgary. Ludwig shoots it from center. We're in the 8-minute mark of overtime here in Game 3. MacCrimmon turning around. Carbonneau goes in to stop Patterson. Patterson on the board against Carbonneau. Slapped back to the net again, and MacCrimmon will try to move it now. Gets it ahead to Mullen. Coming out with Gilmor. Up ahead to Patterson, too far. The Flames want to make changes, but it's icing. They'll get an opportunity to do that now.
They're at 8:07. The Canadiens got their 5th shot, as we mentioned, at 3:32. Since then, they have had just 1 shot. The Flames, however, through the entire overtime, have managed just 1 shot. Calgary's battening down the hatches a little bit, but what a show Vernon has put on here in OT. Just great.
After 3 periods, Dick, the shot total is Calgary 28. Montreal 17. It's now 29-23.
Harry Crisp out there with 2 centers as he's got Gilmor at left wing in case Joel Otto, who gets thrown out more than any other center in the league, gets tossed out in this critical faceoff in the Calgary zone.
Strudlin for the Canadiens against Otto. Strudlin fidgeting. Otto with the stick down. Strudlin fired the pass on the boards. Nobody could move on it. Murrison slides it up to center ice. Green is there with Swobodă. Swobodă ahead to Strudlin. He mishandled it, had to back up with it, and gave it to Green near center to Cardinal. He backhands it in. Vernon out of the net, leaving it for Al MacInnis, who's bumped. Cardinal took a shot, hit the side of the net. Cardinal again got in front. But Gilmor now brings it out with a pass down to McClellan. He tried to go in, and Green got back. Murzin fires one from center ice. Waugh stepping behind the net. Swobodă back there. Fleri tried to take the puck away from him. Here's Mark Cutter trying to get in front, and Green picks it up. Green coming out with a left wing pass for Patterson. Up with Courtnall and Skoglund. Skoglund to Courtnall. What a save by Vernon on that shot by Courtnall. That was drilled to the far side, and Vernon made a beautiful save.
And there's Fleri doing what Don Cherry warns him that maybe he shouldn't do as often as he does. He took a run at Patterson in the corner. He sidestepped him, and the whole thing missed. Courtnall didn't miss. He was stopped.
Well, Russ Courtnall, as we know, is one of the great shots in the National League, and here's a pretty good scoring position, but he can't beat Mike Vernon, who has come to the rescue of his team, as did Patrick Waugh earlier for periods at least 1 and 2.
Vernon, this guy loves overtime, loves pressure. He has been terrific for the Calgary Flames. That stop off Courtnall was a game saver. Again. McCown dancing away in front of the netminder. Comes up to center ice. Trying to backhand it in for Gilmor. Gilmor got back to intercept. Played it ahead. Smit was there for the Canadiens. The center, and he puts the puck into the Calgary zone. Rэмëdж behind the net. Starting back out. Long pass to Roberts. Roberts up there with Hook and Lube. Lube centered up. Oh, Ludwig hit the side of the net as he broke into the clear. Harry Robinson for the Canadiens shoots one in. Vernon going back to the net. Flip one away. The Canadiens make quick changes. Nieuwendyk takes it again. Put it up for Lube. He is stopped. Челиос got it to center. Murzin's long shot in high. And Gainey turns in his own zone to Челиos. Aslan knifed it to center ice. Gilmor brings it in. Offside. Called with 9:56 left in the first overtime.
How much the game, Dick, has improved in the third period and overtime when all that garbage after the whistle is gone, as both teams began to get afraid that the next penalty would cost them the game. Quite a show by two teams who've reversed their mental thinking about cheap shots and retaliation, and the game has really improved since then.
Well, here's the headshot again of Joel Otto that our cameraman loves in this playoff year.
Patterson shot off the draw, stopped by Waugh. Ludwig tried to lift it out. Mullen knocked it down. And the Canadiens clear the zone. Now the Calgary Flames get a little momentum. But wait a minute. Richer and Carbonneau are going in. Richer tried to stick handle through. Couldn't do it. Chelios backhands it in. Vernon stopped it for MacInnis. Calgary regrouping now after the first onslaught by the Canadiens and several great scoring chances. But it's Gilmor playing it in. Chelios back against Gilmor. Gilmor trying to get it loose. Chelios trying to hold it. Vernon. Mullen played it back. Here's a chance for Rэмëdж. And his shot is low. Mullen came close. Took a swing at it and missed it. He had the open side. Mullen again. Centered it. It'll come out over the line. Mullen coming close. Canadiens. Chelios just slapped it to center. Now he has to knock one down. Played it out to Richer and Carbonneau. Richer was slow moving on it. And Rэмëdž backs up in his own zone. Rэмëdž starting back over the line. Down the left side is Tim Hunter. Hunter and Otto go in there with Popinski at center. Popinski just missed it in front of the net. Berlin racing out with Swobodă. Fired one in on the board. MacInnis slapped it back out over the line. Otto is up there, but Skoglund holding the puck on the boards. The play is called. And the heat is on.
We're listening to you, Harry.
They'll get out of there quickly. They don't trust Kerry Fraser. And maybe that's the point Kerry was trying to make for the first two periods when he called so many penalties. He's going to call a double here.
Yeah. Well, that's what Red Story said. Chris Astrow calling penalties in the overtime. Red said, oh, I try to make them doubles. So, Messrs. Hunter and Patterson are gone for two. And we've got a hassle going on here, a slight one at the Calgary bench.
Brian Skrudland is over there. He's had 4 minors already, and they scored on one of them, did the Flames. So this after the whistle, he's yapping with the Calgary coaches and the whole bench. And boy, when they put that $50 trophy up for grabs, the emotions grab the players, do they not? Well, there's what happened. Hunter, Corson, Kevin Collinz, one of the strongest linesmen in the league, was in there to break it up. How about the officials? Get some wear and tear on them. They can't go to the bench area. That's right.
8:22 left in this first overtime period. And it is MacInnis and McCown. Flurry of the Flames got to center. Then lost it, but McCollum knocked it in there. Waugh comes out of the net. Scooped it up for McPhee, and he's met immediately. Ordnall comes back in his own zone. The defenseman Green takes over. For Swoboda, who misses it. McCollum centered it. Waugh knocked it behind the net. Flurry is back there, so is McCollum. Here is Flurry in the corner. Whipped it over through the goal crease. Here's MacInnis. Again, MacInnis shot. He drilled it. It was blocked by Swoboda. MacInnis again, winding up. Taked it. Now he slides it into the side of the net. The Flames with pressure, but now the Canadians, 3 of them. McPhee at the pass, intercepted by Al MacInnis, and it goes into the crowd.
And that one hit Coach Pat Burns. They hit him on the arm or the hand. You've got an injury with a member of the team in civilian clothes. Yeah, he'll have a big round purple patch by tomorrow morning. Peter Swoboda diving in front of an Al MacInnis shot. How about that? I'm sure it hurt him. He's as tough a 160-pounder as I've seen in the National Hockey League.
Well, there's the coach. Might have hit him on the shoulder somewhere in there. Calgary with Nieuwendyk, Roberts, and Mark Hunter. The Canadians, Smith, Keane, and the Max Naslund. Roberts from center plays it into the netminder. Waugh left it there, was stumped into the corner. Bobby Smith comes back, fired it into the corner again. Robinson in there, trying to tie up his man. Smith picks it up. Roberts took him in on the boards. Desjardins now played it to the line. Murrison does not see it. Now he does, and he slapped it back in. That's offside, with Roberts trapped inside the line.
Well, all those chances that we saw early in the overtime have disappeared, and that's not an uncommon characteristic for a Stanley Cup overtime. The first 7 or 8 minutes, both teams look like they want to end it. The next 8 or 10 minutes, both teams are trying to prolong it.
Is that the story when you fellas had the marathon a couple of years ago in Washington? The first 10 minutes it was gangbusters, and then it was like, wait for the next period to start again.
Now,
that
Dick,
and terrific goaltending at both ends.
Now, Dick, you said Mullen hadn't scored, he scored. You said Naslund hadn't scored, he scored. You said we hadn't played any overtime games, we're in one. Now, don't be talking about 3 overtime periods.
Челиос again on the move. Coming up the center, Челиos. He had to backhand it into the zone. Murrison in there, bumping with Walter. Gilmor coming back. He's always in on the play. Anderson slides it out too far for MacKrimmon. Ludwig was not fooled by MacKrimmon, who stopped expecting a shot on the boards. Ludwig went the other way. Now he plays it on the boards for Carbonneau. Carbonneau for Walter. Walter is stopped. 4 Flames line up in front of the net, but here's Daney. Daney got it back in front, a chance for Ludwig, and Vernon blocked it. Patterson shoots it out of the zone and down the ice. That's going to be icing. Ludwig had a great chance, but there was Vernon again.
And Vernon had company in the goal crease, so there was a problem. The cliche there is he kept his concentration. Craig Ludwig only scored 3 times in the regular season. Boy, he was all alone back toward the blue line right here. There's traffic in the crease. Ludwig lets it go.
And there's Vernon knocking it down with a Canadian player lying in front of him, Ryan Walter.
The traffic kind of parted for him just at the time that Ludwig let the shot go, and Vernon saw it all the way. Ludwig hasn't got what you call a bomb by NHL standards, has he?
Neither is Matt Snasler. Went in.
6:06 left in this first overtime. Liano Skrudland match up again. It's hooked right into the netminder. Vernon. He left it away. Otto knocked one down near center. Canadians pick it up. It is McPhee. The Cardinal to McPhee. Along the boards against Nieuwendyk. Nieuwendyk took over. He wheels away. Pulls away from McPhee. Now he just rolls it up into the Montreal zone. It comes loose. Roy had a little difficulty handling it. On the boards, McCown pinching in. McClelland after it. Green stopped him. McClelland now giving chase again. Green with two Flames in there. Fleury helping. Skrudland comes to center to Courtnall. Courtnall trying to go in, and he was played well by Al McLinnan. Courtnall lost his stick on the play. Roberts moving in. Roberts trying to break through. Robinson stopped him. Mark Hunter bumped hard by Robinson. And the two players fall on the puck. And the play is stopped again.
I'll tell you, a Flame that has impressed me in the overtime has been Joe Nieuwendyk. He's not a bad guy to have playing well through a critical stretch like this because he can put it in the net, but he has made two good defensive plays inside his own blue line.
Joe Nieuwendyk's 50 goals, or more than 50 goals each of his first 2 years. But I agree with you, Dick. He's an all-around good player. And when you're 50-goal scorer, takes people out, blocks shots, makes intelligent defensive plays, you've got a gem on your hands.
Boy, for his 200th game in the playoffs, Robinson is having a heck of a game tonight.
A heck of a playoff after some talk about how much he'd play in the playoffs this year after, by his standards, a so-so year.
Don't forget, 2 days' time, Game 4 here at the Forum in Montreal, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 Mountain. And 5:05 left in this first overtime period. Fleury, Mark Hunter, Roberts line up with McCrimmon and Ramy. Desjardins takes it behind the net. Fleury moves over in front of the goal to watch it. And it's Desjardins trying to get away from Fleury. Out into the center ice area. Roberts played it in. Robinson was there to break it up. Fleury on the puck again. He's turned around. Can't make a move on it. He dropped it back to Robinson. Robinson coming out carefully at the blue line. Now strides over center. Shoots it in. And he's going behind the net. Laid it on the boards. And it'll be Roberts starting back with Mullins. And Fleury catching up. Fleury in over the line. Fleury tried to center it. Hit Bobby Smith. He's away with Naslund speeding in. Naslund along the boards. Squeezed there by Murrison. Fleury got back to stop Smith. Mullins takes the puck for Calgary. Up to Murrison. The defenseman comes in with Roberts. Shoots it over the line, and Челиос stopped that. Up to Smith. It's backhanded near the line. Naslund to Smith. Smith against MacInnis. Centered it. Back of the goal. Walter trying to move it out front. Glove pass by Gilmor. And that brings about a face-off in the Calgary zone.
A heads-up play by Doug Gilmor. He needed a rest, and he got it by the deliberate hand pass. That rule will be one the National League will examine next year because the Flames were in trouble thanks to some good forechecking by Montreal, but this clever player found a way to get a whistle.
He played his junior hockey about 90 miles down the road in Cornwall, Ontario. Now we've got penalties called here. There was a scrum in the corner after the whistle went, and Gal MacInnis and Bobby Smith are each gone for 2. They've played 16 minutes and 9 seconds of overtime. The shots favor Montreal 8-2. But we're still tied 3-3 on the scoreboard. Roughing penalties. MacInnis and Smith.
Челlios at the blue line. Now Ludwig again with a shot. Picked out. Here's Gainey shooting. A high one misses the goal. Челlios put it back. Again Ludwig. Another shot. Scramble in front of the net. And the Flames clear it out over the line. Canadians have had a number of great scoring chances in this overtime. Arbino stopped by McCown, but not Gainey. Gainey goes in the corner. He lost it. It's on the glass by Челlios down the ice. And Ludwig is coming back. He gave it away to Gilmor. Gilmor centered it. Oh, and Patrick Waugh stopped McClellan. He saved the game. McPhee now drilled it. And Vernon makes a sensational save. When you look at overtime, you can call them all great stops now, but that one, seconds ago, Patrick Waugh, something that Vernon has been doing early on in overtime.
Well, when you look at overtime, Harry, you can forget a lot of things, too, the way it goes. Boy, how I admire goaltenders at this time of a hockey game like this. What a chance, and what a stop. And then at the other end, it's McPhee trying to do what he did to start the game with a long shot on Vernon that scored. That one didn't.
Well, that's one of the few mistakes made by the Montreal Canadiens in the overtime, that opportunity that Calgary ended up getting on a bad pass by Ludwig.
When you get down to 16 minutes and 58 seconds of overtime and a turnaround game in Stanley Cup play, this being the third game of the series, every stop is huge. The goaltenders, I don't know how they stand the pressure. McCrimmon lifts one in. Bounces to Waugh. Hunter went in, bodied his man. Gordon cruising near the blue line. Now he's going to outrace Murzin easily. He steals it behind the net. Vernon covered up, but here's Screwlin. Got it back in front again. McPhee falling. Flames sent 3 players away. McClellan coming up. Gordon was hit. Play goes on. Fleury in. Takes the shot. Blocked. Fleury lost it. Another shot picked away by Patrick Waugh. Fleury heading for the net, but stopped by Screwlin. And here we go.
And Screwlin took a chance that time.
You would think 4 minor penalties is enough, but Ryan Screwlin nearly penalized his team again by taking a shot at little number 14, Darren Fleury. And I don't know yet whether Kerry Fraser has seen it. Call it, but boy. You have to control your temper. He might just have got Screwlin on this one.
So. Is there 1 or 2 to the penalty box? It looks like. Now, here comes Mark Hunter. That last shot that got through, I'm not sure Patrick Waugh really saw it. It hit his stick. It seemed to be a touch surprised when it got there. So we have now got 4 players in the penalty box. McInnes and Mark Hunter for Calgary, Screwlin and Smith for Montreal. 2:26 left in this first overtime period of a 3-3 tie.
The only Calgary Flame that's not played in the overtime, I think, is Rick Natras, as they've gone with 5. Courtnall gets hit in the head. Here's the chance coming up. Watch Screwlin right there. And one more he'll give him. This one. And there comes Hunter, so you can see why Hunter got one. But boy, those players are gambling at this point. It isn't worth it.
So they're both at full strength on those penalty calls. Calgary win the face-off at the line. Randy shot. Oh, and that deflected off the leg and just missed. Desjardins trying to get it out of his own zone. Walter shoots to the center. There goes Corson in on Remmage. Corson took the shot and Vernon knocked it away with the blocker. Keane going after it along the board. Robinson stopped it with a skate. Now Remmage. Calgary is being warned a little bit.
Another pair of double penalties. The players who have avoided this quite a degree in period 3 and period 4 so far are getting tired, Dick.
Yeah.
And when you're tired, of course, your patience isn't what it usually is. And here's a one-on-one battle for about 30 feet along the glass between Corson and Remmage. And it hasn't stopped. And that's why they're going to cool out for all but 1 second of this, the first overtime period.
The penalty benches here at the Forum are basically 2 seaters on each side. When you get 3 in there, it's crowded.
Like the Cabs in Montreal, all 2 seaters.
More roughing penalties. 17:59. 12-5. The Canadiens have outshot Calgary in this overtime so far.
Both these teams have 4 lines, and for the most part have played 4 lines, and it's a good thing, and it's one of the reasons why they're still standing and still being able to come up with the energy they've shown in overtime.
Face off inside the Calgary line. At the blue line, Ludwig. Dumped into the corner. McCown. He has Gainey checking him. Naslund gets his stick on it, played it up behind the net. McCown again for Calgary. Coming back out. Slides the pass to Mullen. That's broken up. Canadiens Carbonneau with Naslund. Naslund in there. Backhand shot was deflected away by the skate of McCown. Otto trying to clear it out of the zone. Dumped it high over the back. And the play is stopped.
Now the Calgary Flames have not played Natras in overtime, and they've got 2 of their defensemen in the box, although MacInnis comes out. They were getting themselves into a little bit of a spot as far as rear guards were concerned.
Well, one of the defensemen left to play, Jamie McCown, just made an excellent defensive save for Calgary. Gentlemen, it's been a long time since a hockey game was still going on in the Montreal Forum at 11:23 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, they had the fastest games of the year here, many of them under 2 hours and 15 minutes.
We'll try to get our researchers going if there is an intermission as to when the last time there was an overtime in this building that went into the second, if it happens. We're a minute 30 away. They'll try to be a bit more accurate, Harry, than they were when they forgot Mike Bossy.
I'd like to forget Mike Bossy that night.
Челиос on the face-off. Again, Ludwig. He's had 4 shots in this overtime now. That one missed. Murzin stopped it. Calgary Flames moving up on it is Hokenlube. He's coming in with a shot, but it was offside at the blue line.
The play there was somewhat like the McCrimmon attempt to clear that Naslund knocked out. Chelios let a shot go, but didn't get anything on it. Kind of lobbed it. The Flames got a break, but they went out offside.
One of the things the coaches on both teams will be reminding their players of, if you haven't got a play coming across the red line where the other team's end, get it in deep, because the one thing we don't want is a turnover at their blue line when our 3 forwards and maybe 1 defenseman are going toward their net. That's how you get caught for 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s, and Chris was just screaming at his players on the ice, get it deep.
Smith, McPhee, Keane against Nieuwendyk, McClellan, and Lube. Keane tapped it back for Chelios. He doesn't get any room to start moving. Keane waited. Murzin had a chance to pick it up. McInnis played it off to Lube into the final minute of the first overtime. Wad of the net. Cleared it up for Smith in the corner. He couldn't move it. Lube does. It comes to McPhee. He starts away. Getting to center, and now McInnis poked it off his stick. But Keane goes back in. Keane fell. Puck hit him. McClellan trying to slip it out. He does. And Swobota goes back. All enough watching him. Chelios, 30 seconds left in the first overtime. Keane up across the line, jumping it in. And it bounced away from McInnis. Turner. Have to be careful. Calgary shooting it in. This one bouncing wide of the net. No icing. 12 seconds to play in this first overtime. Green is back there looking up at the clock. He's not going to take any chances coming out. Swobota has the pass. Walter got a stick on it. The siren goes. And they play 20 minutes of overtime.
Well, the talk about the momentum after the late third period goal going to the team that gets it, I think held true certainly through the first half of that overtime. And the top individual performer, without question, was Mike Vernon, who stopped all 12 Canadian shots, and they had some dandies at him. Patrick Roy stopped 5 from the Flames, and Harry, it's the end of OT number 1.
Well, get ready. They're going to make new ice, and the guys are going to get a little oxygen in their system, and the first 7 or 8 minutes, if they're as good as the first overtime, I think the game will end.
Canadians outshot Calgary 12-5 in the first overtime period. That's 33-29 overall. And we've got our second overtime period coming up. The score, 3-3.
The pressure continues to mount here in the 7th game of the Stanley Cup Final. Here's the pass through the middle. The puck is rolling right in the crease area. A goal here and the Stanley Cup will be won. We're down to just a minute and a half to go, and these two teams are tied. A shot off the goal post. The goalie falls and can't find it. A scramble, another shot. They score!
We like to think Molson Export is to beer what the Stanley Cup is to hockey.
CBC News with Knowlton Nash.
Good evening. The Chinese government appears tonight to be on the verge of a major crackdown on the hundreds of thousands of student protesters in Beijing. Martial law has been declared in parts of the capital. There are reports of fighting as police and soldiers have been ordered to move in. Foreign reporters have just had sweeping limitations put on what they can report, and the Chinese government is now blocking all satellite transmissions. There are reports that soldiers are massing just south of Beijing, and the Reuters news agency reports hand-to-hand fighting between soldiers and workers. We'll have more on these dramatic developments on the National right after Hockey Night in Canada.
Thank you, Knowlton. The Calgary Flames and Montreal Canadiens are bound for yet another overtime period, the second, tied at 3. And the word in the studio is perhaps the Flames could use a 500-goal scorer going into this next period. Don Cherry said that.
Well, Don always says nice things about me. I'd like to be out there, but it's been a heck of a hockey game so far, and I like our chances.
What did you say after Naslin's goal comes with 41 seconds left and the team has to file in to the dressing room for the first overtime line?
Well, the first thing you have to say is you tell the boys that they've played a heck of a hockey game so far, and don't let one mistake ruin a good night's work. And the next goal wins, and as long as you keep on working the same way we have, we've got a great chance, and I like our chances out there. It's a great hockey game, but I think we've carried the edge of the play.
Knowing you as I do, you're a competitor, but you're also very much a team player. Through the course of the season, you've had to make adjustments in the lineup with the number of players the Calgary Flames have. So does it upset you to sit out this evening, or what's your position?
Naturally, you're disappointed, very disappointed. You'd like to be out there. You always feel that you can make the difference. But at the same time, watching the hockey game, you can't let your disappointment show towards the guys. You have to make sure that when you're in that dressing room, you're on a high, and make sure that you try and encourage them. And sure, you want to be out there, but at the same time, hopefully I'll get another chance, and someone else will be encouraging me.
If you had to pick a great moment, I recall the series against Edmonton in 1984, and that was in Game 6, I think, that you scored to force the 7th game. Would you pick that goal in overtime as maybe a highlight, or which would it be?
I'm not sure if it would be that one or the 7th game overtime against the Islanders, when everyone had written us off after 4 or 5 games. We didn't expect, or people didn't expect us to go that far, and Roger Nielsen coached us a tremendous series. And we won in overtime. It was a great feeling.
Yeah, but I don't think you got as much wood on that shot as you did on the other one. Anyway, I'm just kidding. It's nice to see you, Lanny. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Lanny McDonald, co-captain of the Calgary Flames. Now, for further thoughts on this contest, let's go upstairs to Dick Urban and Harry Neal.
Well, it's funny how it goes in overtime. The boys are just saying, well, there's chances that a defensive defenseman like Craig Ludwig had to score in overtime, at least the open chances. Had it been Al MacInnis, or I guess maybe Chris Chelios, we might not be standing here at this moment, Mr. Neal, but we are. It's a strange kind of a night. Calgary for 3 periods, and I think I kind of disagree with Lanny from the standpoint of the overtime. I thought Montreal dominated to a degree. They certainly did in shots, and thank goodness for Calgary's Mike Vernon.
Well, Vernon saved the show in period 4. In the first 3 periods, it was Patrick Roy, but it's developed into a great game. The intensity's been here all night, but the intelligence crept into the game for period 3 and 4, and I think everyone's enjoying it more.
I can't understand why players will get involved, as we say, and draw the penalties that these fellows did, because just once maybe Gary Frazor may say there's only one of you guys going, not two. That wouldn't be a very smart thing.
Oh boy, there's been a lot of penalties that were poor ones to take from a player's viewpoint. I think they were a little frustrated at the number of penalties that were being called and the fogginess with reference to who got it when the whistle went. And sometimes the referees do that and they don't realize they're doing it.
All right, Harry, what's the standpoint of the legs that we talked about during that first overtime period now? Montreal seemed to get some that they didn't have through most of the regulation time. What about overtime period number 2?
Well, I think we'll see a great 8 minutes, but then they'll start to think, boy, this thing might go on all night. And I'm saying Joe Nieuwendyk, who's played a strong game defensively and hasn't had a lot of chances, he's a good candidate to end it for Calgary. And I don't know why I'm saying Shane Corson might get the one for Montreal, but I kind of think he's due.
I always think that there's pressure, of course, on the goaltenders. We've talked about that. But watching the speed of a Russ Courtnall, for example, and Fleury going the other way, the defensemen have a big job as well, and that's one thing you can't afford. Don't let those little guys sneak behind you.
Oh, absolutely, because your legs are getting tired, and this has been a long, tough game. And I thought that the red-eye routine the Montreal Canadiens went through on Wednesday night after the game would catch up to them, but it looks like they had the legs in period 4, not Calgary. But I think these two teams are showing us why they are the best two teams in the season. They are the best two in the playoffs, and this game shows you there's very little to choose between either one of them.
For Larry Robinson, his 200th playoff game might be turning into his longest playoff game. Here again, Ron McLean.
Thank you very much, Dick. If they're thinking about the red eye now, they'll be thinking about walleye soon. 3-3, the Calgary Flames and the Montreal Canadiens were bound for a second overtime. Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC returns in a moment.
Back by popular demand, Canada's #1 video show presents the Video Hits Album Volume 2 with Mars.
Pump up the volume. 3, going to the second overtime. Everything about this night is now rather unscheduled, but everything about next season is, and with a report on how the NHL puts the games together, Dick Irvin in an installment of the Stanley Cup Journal.
We are going to look ahead and let you in on a little secret. First night for Hockey Night in Canada, 1989-90 season. The games will be Buffalo at Montreal, Toronto at St. Louis. How do I know? Well, it's simple, because here the light green is under the red and the light blue is under the dark blue.
And is there a better place to be than at this game? Calgary, Montreal tied going to the second OT. You've had this happen to you, Don. You've had a goal scored against your team in the last moments of a game. In fact, it was with about 25 seconds to go. And then what did you do?
Well, what I have to do, when that happens to a coach, me anyhow, I had to go in a room by myself, break a few sticks, say a few things, get it out of my system, and then go in the room. Because you go into the room in that temper, the players get all upset too, and that's what I did. Going into overtime, I always said, 2 guys in. Get in there. Never lay back. You lay back, you're going to lose. It's not a... You're not going to have another chance. But you always had 1 guy back all the time. I don't care what the other 2 guys, they got caught, anything at all. 1 guy back all the time, and never, never go up the middle. Ever go up the middle. Remember Harold Sneps, my old buddy, against Bossy? Bing. Never go up the middle, up the sides, play it safe in your own end.
The big game goal scorers are usually the ones that were goal scorers all through the regular season. You found that out when you played Montreal, Lafleur, Lemaire. Do you sense it again this evening? And how does 20 minutes of overtime maybe change the game?
Well, the guy that always killed me was Lafleur all the time, and Lemaire, you're right. But the guy that really put the nail right into my head was Lambert. It's always somebody like that the other guys are on. You take Gilmor, for instance, he's double shifted him. All of a sudden, a guy like Lambert will come out of the blue and bang, it's in the net.
May 11th, 1979. Hard to forget that one, the semifinal series, and then the Rangers and Canadiens met in the final. Dick Irvin, if you're listening, you wondered when was the last time a game in the Stanley Cup Finals went into a second overtime in this building. The date was 1931. Cy Wentworth scored for the Chicago Blackhawks in Game 3. Montreal eventually won that Stanley Cup, and guess who was the coach? 1931.
Dick Irvin.
You got it. It was
what a coach.
Dick's first final appearance. We're set for the 5th period at the Forum. Let's go upstairs.
And he was coaching the Chicago Blackhawks. but they didn't win it. Lost 2-0 in the final game. So, Harry, you win some, you lose some.
In those days, overtime, it wasn't the first goal that wins, I take it.
Oh, yes, it was. Sure it was.
How'd they lose 2-0?
No, the final game.
Oh,
that wasn't the final game. Back to reality. Away you go, Bob.
Okay, second overtime period. And again, the Canadians winning the first face-off, slap it into the Calgary zone. Vernon made the stick save, put it off to the right side for Murzin, who was checked by Gainey. The Flames shoot it out. Green is back there with Robinson. Robinson pass up along the boards across center. McKinnon trying to hit Mullins. That goes all the way in behind the net. No icing goal. Green picks it up. Gilmor was in there watching him. Green again. Gilmor is going to the Calgary bench. Gainey takes his time. Sees Green open. So he gives it to Green. He's at center. Flipping it in. MacCrimmon will pick it up in his own zone for Calgary. Lewandijk down the left side. McCullen coming in. Lube is in front of the net, but Robinson was there watching him. Smith on the board to Naslund. Naslund lost it. Got it back. Naslund waits. Pulled away from Lube. Now up to Smith, and he missed it. Vernon steadies the puck for Remy. McCullen on the board. Coming out to center is Lube. He fell. Naslund steals it. It goes in with Smith. He turns up the line. Needs a pass into Smith. He centered it. Vernon down. And the little goalie with the big red C hangs on to it again.
The only time the Calgary Flames have played in an overtime in the playoffs that's gone into the second period, according to our researchers, was April 11th, 1981 at the Corral in Calgary. At 15-17 of the second overtime period, Willie Plett scored to give the Flames a 5-4 win over the Chicago Blackhawks. The last time the Canadians played in double overtime was on April 21st, 1979 in Toronto. Cam Connor scoring the winning goal at 5:25 of the second overtime period. That's the only game this year that's gone into double overtime, I believe, and Tony Herkus scoring for the Blues over Chicago.
Otto against Skrudland in the Calgary zone to the right of Vernon. Kevin Collins, impatient. He moved Otto and Skrudland.
And Chris has Gilmor out there, a coaching move for just this event.
McPhee trying to tie up Gilmor. He put it back with his hand. The Canadian player played it goal. Here's Ludwig's shot. That is blocked. Calgary's Patterson with Otto across center. Put a shot in on Wad. He makes the save with the blocker. Челиос looking for room, and they don't give him any room. Played to center. Here's a chance for Courtnall. Shoots! He drilled it hard, but he missed the net. Vernon looked around on that one. It's Courtnall uncorked a wrist shot. Fleri speeding away for Calgary. His drive misses. Roberts is up on it with Fleri behind the net. Here he comes, Roberts, and he couldn't jam it in. Canadians get three players up on the rush. Челиос going over the line. He was nailed by Necklace. Lane worked the puck out. Mark Hunter against Gainey. Slapped by Skrudland back in. He and Fleri bumped together. Behind the net, Andrews. And McCown laid it on an open wing. Gainey was there, beats it back. Swobota goes to Green. Anderson goes in to watch him. Marminol. A pass near center for Swobota. He backhands it into the goal. And Vernon just steadied the puck and slapped it away to Mullen. Flames Natras up to Patterson. His shot. Green back. Gilmor on the ice again. Couldn't stop that pass. Marminol down the left wing. Overskates it. Gilmor just missed it near center. Swobota to Corson. Corson working along the boards, trying to go in. It's Gilmor clearing the zone for the Calgary Flames. Flames make quick changes. Robinson up to Smith. Smith at the line, in front. He can't shoot it. Smith trying to go in. This is Al MacInnis coming out. He hit Mullen with the pass. He couldn't control it properly, and it goes all the way in. Robinson coming out. Robinson across center. Laid it on the boards, and barging in is Robinson, going all the way on this play. It's centered. Oh, it hit a skate. Here's a scramble. Canadians try to keep it in, but Nieuwendyk slipped it away down the ice. The puck hit a skate in behind Vernon and just missed.
Well, it wasn't a shot Vernon had to put up with. It was that deflection on an end-to-end rush by the old-timer, number 19, Larry Robinson. And although he was stopped on the rush, Montreal got a good chance because he carried the puck well into the zone. Here he goes. Don't you remember when he was a spry kid, he used to go even faster. But his hard work and good skating got this chance.
Went out Naslin skate and by the open side. I wonder about a defenseman, Harry, any defenseman, but one like Larry. When you go end-to-end, it might take you a little bit of extra time to get your breath back when you go to the bench where he is now. He's had quite a night for game number 200.
That's the reason he went end-to-end. He doesn't want any more extra time.
Calgary winning this face-off. Lozano tied up by Skrudlando. MacKrimmon tries to come up with it, does, and shoots it in. Челиос behind the net, eyeing Poplinski out in front of the goal, and Ludwig is watching Poplinski. This is Richer. Gets down the left side, poked it over the line, went up after it, lost it. Two Flames are on the play. Tim Hunter coming in. He shoots, rebound. Oh, made the stop on the Hunter shot. Canadians get it up. Left back in by Remy. Челиос back there. Tim Hunter in watching him. Челиos laid it up along the boards. Center ice, it's McCown. Shoots it back in. Haney gets it out. Nearing the 6-minute mark of the second overtime. Dumped into the Canadian zone. Ludwig turning. On the boards for Gainey. Pass to Carmino. He goes in. Carmino trying to make a move on McCown, who didn't go for it. Flames bring it out. Mark Hunter now. His shot missing. But here's Robert. He centered it. Gainey was there blocking the pass. Swobodă in the corner. Carmino on the boards. Coming out. Carmino passes to Gainey. Gainey sweeps it into the line. And Walter's shot is deflected high into the crowd.
A great moment is bound to occur in this hockey game. Hockey Night in Canada will present greatest moments in the way of a video next year. And if you'd like to submit your idea for that videotape, write to Hockey Night in Canada's Greatest Moments, 131 Bloor Street West, Suite 200, Box 206, Toronto, Ontario, M5S 1R8.
The shots in the game are 35-32 in favor of Calgary. And they played 5 minutes and 41 seconds of the second overtime period.
The tempo, Bob, of this overtime is not the tempo we saw in the first overtime, but they've had a long, tough night, both teams.
Murzin backs up. Gilmor is on there again for Calgary. Terry Crisp with a hunch on Gilmor. He's a fine hockey player. Great anticipation. There he is chasing Keane. He'll hit him. And he goes after the puck. Couldn't come up with it. The Canadians dump it into the Calgary zone. MacInnis comes back. Naslin standing out front of the net. Al MacInnis. Murzin up across center. He gets in there with a shot. He missed the goal with that drive. Ricochets all the way to center. MacInnis dumped it in again. Robinson back there. Nieuwendyk on the ice in front of the net. Naslin, the left side, trying to hit Keane. He was going off for the Canadiens bench. Here's Rani for Calgary. Nieuwendyk gets it over the line. Nieuwendyk trying to stride around Robinson. He didn't get any room to do it. It'll be Cordno picking it up. He dumped it on an open wing to center ice. Rэмëdж put a shot in for Patrick Roy. He gloved it. One of the Flames trapped inside the line. It's called.
Barry, I sense the flow of the play starting to go toward the Canadiens' end of the rink right now. In the first overtime period, it was pretty well the other way, with the Canadiens out shooting the Flames 12-5. Right here in this period, the shots favor Montreal 3-2, but in the last couple of minutes, Calgary seems to be carrying the play just a touch, although it's obvious, as you say, it's not with the same intensity on the part of either team as we saw in the first overtime period, especially through that first 10 minutes.
Two tired teams, boy. They've thrown and taken a lot of body checks, each of them, and it's starting to show, as could be expected.
They play 7 more minutes. They'll be playing on Saturday. The game that started Friday. Longest game in a long time in Montreal, and the hottest day of this year in Montreal.
There's Joel Otto getting a lecture from Scampanella to keep his head back to allow Screwdlin some chance on the draw.
Calgary winning the draw, but tied up on the play was Hunter. And they're going to have to do it again. Thorson and Tim Hunter. You have to watch them closely. Poplinski is set on the other side. Hunter's the right winger. There's big Jim Poplinski. Rэмëdж fires it in. Cordno there, but it's Poplinski centering it. Bounced in front of the net. Thorson is skating out with Robinson again. Robinson up over the line, trying to hit Cordno. Rэмëdj took his pass and got it back out. Robinson was back to break it up near center. Here's Thorson coming in. Oh, and a nice glove save by Vernon on that shot by Thorson. Robinson again, hitting Thorson in center ice. He's away from Fleri. He's coming up there. Oh, and he just missed on the short side. 2 shots by Thorson. 1 stop by Vernon, the other just missed. Tim Hunter wants to get off, shovel it into the Montreal zone. 8 minutes gone, second overtime. McPhee just missed. Terminal with a pass. Down back. Roberts will pick it up on the board. Skating out with Fleri. Lifts one through center. Stopped by Ludwig at his own blue line. Mark Hunter is all over Ludwig. McPhee got a pass away to Smit. Richer with him. Smit coming in. He passed to Richer. Here he is. Tried to go in. He's back in the net. Can't center it. He does. Bobby Smith was turned the other way and couldn't move in time. Canadiens turn it on again. Челиос going in. He's stopped before he could make a play at the net. Richer and Челиos get it out to Ludwig. Ludwig fires one. Nearly stopped it. A break by Mullen, that would have been. 3 Flames and 1 back. Fleury coming up with Patterson. Ludwig gets back. Here's Mullen. And that's blocked by Wall. The Canadiens are going to get out. Richer, he's alone. He's stopped at the line, but here's Bob Gainey. He's stopped by MacInnis. What action in the second overtime at this point. Here's Swobota. Hit the side of the net. Richer. He can't make a play. Turning in the corner. Hangs on to it. Now it's Carbonneau, and the play is stopped. That will dull it, and the fans do not like it.
Well, they don't like it. It's a double penalty. They're complaining about the MacInnis and Gainey. It's that the Canadiens had the Flames under severe pressure. Battling in front of the net for land and got too enthusiastic, and Kerry Fraser waves them both.
The 5th time that Al MacInnis has gone to the penalty box tonight. Well, a great break by the Flames. What better guy to have the chance than Joe Mullen?
2 tonight.
And here it is.
A perfectly executed 4-on-3 here. Now look at the chance Mullen gets. Patrick Roy was just there. He didn't have to move on it. It hit him. Here's one of the sharper shooters in the National League.
And it would have been his 3rd goal of the night. As it is, it's a stop by Patrick Roy. His 33rd save. And it's still tied 3-3.
Joel Otto is taking every draw for Calgary, and he has dominated every center he's played against so far tonight in that department.
Carbonneau this time for Montreal. It's to the right of Vernon. Now Otto might be thrown out. He did get his stick down twice, and I think he's been asked to leave. Yep. There he goes. And Gilmor will come in. No stranger.
And no slouch.
And no slouch. He wants it for Rэмëdj. To the corner, the Flames get it up to Otto, and he's on the move with it. Against Green, who stopped him. Gilmor chasing Swobода. He got away from Gilmor. Out to Naslund. Naslund. Hangs on to it. Now it's Carbonneau, and the play is stopped. That will dull it, and the fans do not like it.
Well, they don't like it. It's a double penalty. It's not the penalty they're complaining about to MacInnis and Gainey. It's that the Canadians had the Flames under severe pressure. And these two fellas were battling in front of the net for land and got too enthusiastic, and Kerry Fraser waves them both.
The fifth time that Al MacInnis has gone to the penalty box tonight. Well, a great break by the Flames. What better guy to have the chance than Joe Mullen?
2 tonight.
And here it is.
A perfectly executed 4-on-3 here. Now look at the chance Mullen gets. Patrick Waugh was just there. He didn't have to move on it. It hit him. Here's one of the sharper shooters in the National League.
And it would have been his third goal of the night. As it is, it's a stop by Patrick Roy, his 33rd save. And it's still tied 3-3.
Joel Otto is taking every draw for Calgary, and he has dominated every center he's played against so far tonight in that department.
Carbonneau this time for Montreal. It's to the right of Vernon. Now Otto might be thrown out. He did get his stick down twice, and I think he's been asked to leave. Yep. There he goes. And Gilmor will come in. No stranger.
And no slouch.
And no slouch. He wants it for Rэмëdj. To the corner, the Flames get it up to Otto, and he's on the move with it. Against Green, who stopped him. Gilmor chasing Swobода. He got away from Gilmor. Out to Naslund. Naslund flipped it into the corner. It bounced back in the net. Got away from Keane. There's Carbonneau. Naslund got in there, but the Flames get it out. Green trying to get back. McClellan tied him up and then fell. Here's Lube on the boards in the corner. Back to Rэмëdj. That shot blocked. Here's Nieuwendyk. His shot is off his skate. Carbonneau will pick it up. He does not get it out. Carbonneau not flying. Swobода left it for Green. He made a big play on McClellan. Boy, they're starting to show the pressure and the amount of ice time they've all had tonight. Here's the pass into Skrulin. Shoots. He missed on the short side with Vernon charging out on the angle. Skrulin out to center to pick it up. Leaving it for Robinson up across center. Rэмëdj takes it at his own line and gave it to Otto. He missed it. Kopinski hit Otto, and he's away. Otto coming in away from McPhee, who knocked it down. Thorson missed it. McCown. He shoots it in. Waugh stopped it. And the play is called with Skrulin and Kopinski locked together.
Ladies and gentlemen, from coast to coast, we are now bringing you Hockey Morning in Canada. Montreal time. Bob, where you come from in Newfoundland, it's been morning for a while.
Time ago.
Here's one thing you forget about. These players ate their last meal at 1 o'clock roughly this afternoon. And here it is midnight. They're playing on tired legs, sweaty uniforms, and empty stomachs.
I preloaded in the press room at 6 o'clock, and I'm hungry.
This has been a great hockey game. The series 1-1. And the score in the second overtime period of this third game, 3-3. With 9:02 left in the second overtime. Robinson to Desjardins. The rookie wants to carry it in and does. Shoots it in. Skoglund is there. Made it in front of the net. Got by McPhee. Roberts can't get it out. Desjardins shot. Went very high and on the glass. Flames clear the zone. Roberts coming up with Mark Hunter and Flery. Hunter going around Robinson. Put it over in front. Flames keep it in. Now Robinson very careful with it. Stopped it with a skate. A pass to Courtnall in with McPhee. And it was broken up by McCown. Robinson again. Goes in along the board. Flery draped on his arm. Kept going. Calgary shooting it down the ice. Icing called against the Flames.
Well, you know, we have lots of finalists in this series in the individual trophies. And here are some of them. Boy, they're all tough choices, aren't they? The one trophy that no one has a chance of winning in this series is the Hart Trophy, with the finalists being Yzerman, Lemieux, and Gretzky. And the fact that these two teams, the best two by far in the National League, proves perhaps that the strength of the Wolf is in the pack.
Well, the fans are staying awake as they've started a chant now with the familiar Go Habs Go. For a while in this period, they were rather quiet. It's been a long night for the folks sitting in the seats. I can't see Bob and any of them have left.
Carbonneau, Walter, Gainey, Otto on to take the face-off with the Calgary Flames. Patterson and Gilmore are the other forwards for Calgary. Walter wins the draw cleanly. Ludwig shoots it off the boards in back of the net. MacKrimmon going away with it. MacKrimmon coming to the line. Gives it to Otto. He ran into Gilmore. And Ludwig. A pass to Walter. Gainey is on the move. Walter in with a shot. That's blocked by Burnett. Kept in by Ludwig. His drive. Rebound. Carbonneau missed it. With Rэмëdж getting it out over the line. Челиos up there, and he decides to bring it back for Ludwig. To Челиos. Челios stick handle away from Lube. The pass was behind Keane, though. Rэмëdж for Calgary. Up to Lube, and he's circling with it. Open Lube, puts it in high. It comes out for Roberts. Roberts tried to set it up in the corner, but Naslund gets it going. Up with Smith and Keane. Smith is over the line. He gets some room. Smith is coming around the net, centered it. Vernon knocked it away. Hugging that post. And the net is off the magnets and behind. The Flames coming out.
In the overtime to this point, and we've got 7:05 left in the second period, the Canadiens are out shooting the Flames 18-8.
Well, that was a great play there by young Keane, who came on a 2-on-2 with Bobby Smith, and he cut into the middle. Keane was going down the right wing without the puck, and he picked the Calgary defenseman that allowed Smith to get to the outside on his backhand, and he's a very dangerous player with that big long reach when he gets a half step on the defenseman going around the net.
And he's one of the Canadiens who has scored in overtime this year. As you saw, MacInnis, Gilmore, and Otto have scored for Calgary. Richer, Courtnall, and Smith, and there's Ludwig. He didn't have a shot in regulation time. He had 3 in the first overtime period. And as we see, at least one more added to his total here in the second overtime period. Boy, he's had the chances. I guess the Flames are saying, hey, that guy, he's a defensive defenseman. Amazing. He goes 3 weeks, he doesn't get 3 shots.
Smith, Keane, Naslund. Otto with Patterson and Gilmore. Murrson for Calgary. Backhands it down the ice. That'll be icing. Greenback.
Now the problem that the Flames run into when they're always putting Otto and Gilmor out for every defensive zone faceoff is that those guys head to the bench when it looks like they're going to come out of their own end, and they don't get in on the rush. But you can't expect them to stay out there long into the shift and take every face-off in their own zone. So that strategy, there is a downside to most strategies in this game, and that's the downside there. Of course, Chris is saying, I want to get the draw, then I'll work about the downside. And looking at the downside of things in this rink is our camera there, and even it's getting tired in overtime.
Otto on there again against Smith, and Otto wins the draw cleanly, flipping it back into the corner. Patterson's pass was in behind Gilmor. Gilmor gave it to Otto, hopped away from it. Now he and Gilmor go off. Canadians Naslin gave it away near center to Roberts. Up with Mark Hunter. Roberts is hit. He fell. Here's Mark Hunter, tied up by Smith. Naslin trying to get the puck out of the zone. Can't do it. Now it squirts over the line. Keane stealing it with Naslin. Naslin stopped just inside the blue line. Can't make a play. Fired over in front. And Roberts comes out with Mark Hunter. The pass too far for Hunter, and he's heading off. Smith takes a pass near center on a Calgary line change. He's been on there for a while. Smith starts to head off now.
How do you think Mark Hunter feels? He hasn't played a game for 12, but now he's going to play 2 in one night.
With 5:54 remaining in the second overtime, this is now the longest playoff in the 89 playoff series. 3-3. Naslin's tying goal with 41 seconds left in the third period. Patrick Roy on the bench for the extra man. Icing called against the Canadians.
Where's Ken Doherty when we need him?
But Brunito.
Yeah, those guys have ended marathons that took place in this league before this one.
Pat LaFontaine. You know, this is one of the few face-offs, Harry, that there has been in the Canadian zone in this overtime.
Well, the Calgary Flames ought to be a little more tired, I think, than Montreal. They forced to play for 3 full periods, and Montreal sat back. Not that that's easy on you.
No, but I think this is a good spot for the Flames right now. Gilmor on the draw, Mullen poised in behind.
Gilmor is logging more and more ice time. He's on again, number 39. Against Ryan Walter on this faceoff. To the left of Roy. Scapinello ready to drop it in. There it goes. Laid it back to the net. Roy gave it away. Gilmor there. He centered it. And a nice play by Ludwig to glove it to the corner. Then he hopped on it. Trying to scoop it out. Mullen is there with Gilmor coming in. There's Gilmor. And he couldn't get a shot. Ryan Walter a fine defensive play to come back. Canadians Carbonneau up to center ice. He mishandled it. Rэмëdж coming across center before shooting a high one in. And Courtnall was back, but the play had been called offside at the Montreal line.
We're seeing some key defensive plays. Al MacInnis made a dandy on Mats Naslund here a few minutes ago. And Bob, you're right, it was Ryan Walter who came to the rescue when the Canadians seemed to be caught with a bad turnover just inside their blue line.
I guarantee you one thing about this game in this heat, there's more water being consumed on both benches than any 3 or 4 league games. Here's the opportunity here, but Walter comes out of the clouds and takes the chance away from Gilmor.
Otto and Skrudlin square off again. Hunter and McPhee are having words. In behind the linesman, Ray Scapinello. Now we're set. Not quite. McPhee's stick on Scapinello, and he nearly went down.
Scapinello's quite a tap dancer. I didn't know that.
And from the faceoff, Swobota up through the middle. That does not work. Swobota then knocked it down. Murzin played it in. Tim Hunter and Palinski trying to stop him. Pass comes to Skrudlin, but Courtnall up on the play, and it goes. Courtnall after Murzin. He bumped him in the corner. In front of the net. Flames clear it in a hurry. Swobota to Green. Knifed in by Skrudlin. Courtnall going in. Vernon nearly fell as he started out of the net. But Al McInnis was there. Here's Fleury. Fleury up across center. Shoots it high into the crowd with 4:19 left in a second overtime period. That's the Forum.
Well over 35 minutes of overtime now. Harry, I'm wondering if there is a player in uniform tonight who has played in a game this long in his career. Larry and Robinson and Bob Gainey have not. I don't think so. Bob, you were in the double overtime game, your first broadcast for CBC Radio. One of my most vivid memories. And the night when Jean Beliveau scored the only overtime goal of his great career in Boston.
From Claude Provo in the Boston Garden as Fleury goes in and fires one high as he gets across center.
You know, good skaters like Fleury that don't expend much energy. They're the guys that are apt to step away on somebody. The plow horses, they're tired.
Fleury again, gives it to Roberts. Roberts going in. Roberts back into his rebound. Oh, wow, got back somehow. Mark Hunter near the end of the game right there. What a chance for the Calgary Flames. Unbelievable.
Did Patrick Ross stop it, or did Mark Hunter miss it? Tell from this angle. Hopefully, one of our many cameras will be able to help us out.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Mark Hunter probably would have scored this goal if he hadn't been out for 12 games with an injury. He has to have a pair of quick hands, and he hit the side of the net. And there's still a little rust on those hands. You can't sit out 12 games at this time and get away with it.
There's Roberts, and he had a pretty good chance, but he missed. And he put it on the side of the net, just outside the post. Mark Hunter. Oh my, 4:01 left in the second overtime period. Canadians had numerous chances in the first period. And now in this one, Calgary coming very, very close. It's slapped down the ice by Corson, and there's going to be a penalty call on the play. Mark Hunter hit Corson.
Mark Hunter, as he was coming out of the zone, hit Corson and knocked him into the boards. And in the opinion of Gary Frazor, it was a penalty. Now, that wasn't the type of penalty that Red Story explained, one that would take a goal-scoring chance away, as neither one of those players were in any dangerous part of the rink. A tough pill to swallow for the Calgary Flames on that penalty. It took place well behind the play, and it happened in the first period. It is one, but I don't know about that one in overtime.
The timing baffles me, Harry. It really does. Poor Mark Hunter. What a shift that was for him.
Now, he hits him here. Look at it. But in overtime of a critical game, no.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Tough pill to swallow for Terry Crisp and the Calgary Flames. Canadians with a man advantage and 3:52 left in the second overtime period, and Mark Hunter in the penalty box. Svoboda gives it to Челиос, who gets it over the line. Murzin trying to tie him up. He bumped Челиos, and Patterson and Otto, two good penalty killers, start to move it out. Patterson decides to go in and look for one. He gets some room along the boards and got in there. And then the Canadian Svoboda was back. Patterson wants to get off. Gilmor is on. Naslund coming in. He shoots it in around the net. Murzin hammered one. Stopped up the line by Челиос. Челиos tried to knock it in. The stick went high, and Челиos is...
Now,
he might have hit the puck. He might be calling the puck.
That's what he did, Bob. He hit the puck over his head.
You know, the Flames gave everybody, especially the Canadians, a tremendous display of penalty killing way back when this game started.
Now, when you touch the puck over your head in the offensive zone on the power play, you're penalized the length of the rink.
Now, the entire Calgary bench was up hollering when Челиos' stick was up high. I know it hit the puck, but I don't think that's all it touched. Anyway.
They seem satisfied. They got the face-off where it is.
They got some yardage anyway.
Matt Burns hasn't moved very much tonight. Terry Crisp has walked as far as some of his players have skated, I think, back and forth.
All right, there's the score. The situation is second overtime, 3:18 left, and a minute 26 left in a Calgary penalty to Mark Hunter. But the face-off is deep in the Canadian zone. Doug Gilmor goes in there for Calgary. Swobodă trying to skate away from him and step back up. Canadian Челиос for Swobodă. Up across center, broken up by Gilmor. Cardinal played it back for Челиос. He fed it up to Bobby Smith. Mullen on the ice for Calgary now. Good penalty team, Calgary. They've been great all night.
Both teams have done a good job at this half of their specialty teams, that is, running the other team's power play.
Naslund near center, fired in by Swobodă. 45 seconds left on the penalty. Al MacInnis ripped one, and that'll get along the glass and down the ice. Canadians, Robinson. Boy, they're getting tired at this stage. Челиос just reached for that one as if he didn't want it. Stays on, though. Robinson near the blue line. Can't stop it. 18 seconds left in the penalty. Robinson takes a look. Shoots it in. Vernon juggled it. Played it back of the net for McCown. Nieuwendyk is there. Richer steals it. Comes in. Richer around the net. Score! The Canadians win the game in second overtime.
Ryan Walter put it in. This game's over.
Well, now the Flames, I can tell you, are going after Frézer.
Did it. I was quite satisfied that they do it. Richer faked going behind the net, came back out in front and got the puck to Ryan Walter, who put it in from about 18 inches from the goal line. And that is the second time the Montreal Canadiens dodged the bullet. Although they were the better team in both overtime periods, the fact they got to overtime amazed everyone, including Terry Chris.
Ryan Walter. Well, a very solid all-around hockey player is the hero of the morning here in Montreal, and a very downcast Terry Chris, understandably so. And Larry Robinson is exhausted. Here comes Terry. Watch Richer now. He fakes going behind the net, stops, comes out, and puts it in front of the goal. Vernon makes the save on the pass out, but Walter puts it in. And Lube is right there claiming interference on Walter. You're going to see it in a minute, right here. Rэмëdж was knocked down by Walter, and that allowed Walter the space he had in front, and he put it in to end the game. And there's Lube complaining right away on the interference call.
18:08 was the time of the goal, and we're going to look at it again. Richer thought he might do it himself. Came out, and there's Walter, jammed it through the legs of Mike Vernon, but that goal was scored on the very second that the Calgary penalty was over.
So technically it was not a power play goal, but realistically we know it was because the guy, Calgary player Mark Hunter, couldn't get back into the play as he got out of the box. A tough loss for the Calgary Flames, and the job that they have now is to refocus on the next game, which is tomorrow.
And so the final score, the Canadiens 4, the Calgary Flames 3. Canadiens lead the series 2-1. Stay tuned for more on Molson Hockey Night in Canada.
Go Dennis!
Excuse me, Dan.
Final score 4-3. Montreal leads the series 2-1. Patrick was the #1 star. Doug Gilmor is the second star. And the third star from the Montreal Canadiens, Mats Naslund. There's the final. The Canadiens win it at 18:08 of the second overtime period. And as Harry suggests, Game 4 effectively is tomorrow, Sunday night at 7 o'clock Eastern here at the Forum.
My heart bleeds for Terry Chris. Well, I'll tell you, there's not many people in the world know how he feels. He had it right there. Maybe that there is a Stanley Cup right there. You're going to see what kind of guts and character Calgary's got to come back after that one. Boy, that'd break anybody's heart. I feel so sorry for them. I am a little upset at the penalty, but I'm not going to get into that. He never had time to get back in the play.
Is it ever strange that it would happen to Mark Hunter, the one player they inject into the lineup and sit down Lanny McDonald? And that's not to say that...
No, it wasn't his fault. It was just a check. And as I said at the start, it's always a plugger that gets there. Those guys plug along, and they're the guys that kill you in overtime.
Number 11 is Ryan Walter, and number 11 was Yvonne Lambert, with whom he made the analogy. And now the Montreal Canadiens' Pat Burns shows a sign of relief. What about, from their perspective, the long trip to get here overnight and the fact that they played on a day like this close to 100 minutes?
You know, the Calgary's got to sit back. They already got to sit back. It's only 2-1. They won here. They got to get the next one. Same as Montreal did in Calgary. They got to get the next one. Back to Calgary.
Ryan Walter scores the game-winning goal, 4-3, the final. They lead the series 2-1 due the Montreal Canadiens, and we'll bring you Game 4 Sunday night from the Forum at 7 o'clock Eastern, the Flames and the Canadiens. On behalf of all of us, thanks for watching the Thriller this evening, and good night.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Brought to you by Molson. Nothing halfway about it. Molson says it all. By Ford of Canada, where quality is more than a commitment. Quality is job one. By Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. And by Esso retailers and agents across Canada.
This has been a CBC Sports presentation in association with Molstar Communications.
It's a night of stars, a celebration of excellence. Alex Trebek.